Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Sources claim a US delegation will visit Pakistan within days for peace talks to end the Iran war. Iran launches missiles and drones at Tel Aviv, targeting key command centers. Russia fires 426 drones and missiles at Ukraine, hitting critical infrastructure facilities and killing 4 people. Now, a US delegation, including Vice President J.D. Vance and US Envoy Steve Witkoff, is reportedly due to visit Pakistan in the next few days for possible peace talks to end the Iran war. In a post on X, Pakistan's Prime Minister said Pakistan welcomes and fully supports ongoing efforts to pursue dialogue to end the war in the Middle East in the interest of peace and stability in the region and beyond. Subject to concurrence by the US and Iran, Pakistan stands ready and honoured to be the host to facilitate. For more on this, I'm joined from Islamabad by Jan Akçakzai, CT Minister for Information and Public Relations for the Government of Baluchistan and geopolitical analyst. Jan, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me this evening. So we just heard from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. How is the country using its diplomatic relationships to act as a back channel between the US and Iran?
Well, as you mentioned, all eyes on Islamabad to play this critical role. Islamabad is very much well placed at the moment because of its geography. It has a border with Iran, 900 kilometers. It has a balanced relationship with the Trump administration, both in terms of diplomatic relations and in terms of military relations. As you know, Pakistan's Field Marshal General Asim Munir was referred to as his favorite Field Marshal by President Trump. Then on the other side of the equation, Pakistan enjoys a very close relationship with the GCC countries, particularly with Saudi Arabia, where it has a joint defense agreement with Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan's leadership, both Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and General Asim Munir, enjoys very close relationship with His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman. And on the other hand, the timing is very important. The usual mediators like Qatar and UAE are facing the Iranian aggression at the moment. So this is why Pakistan's venue, Pakistan's role, and the timing is very critical that Pakistan has offered to facilitate any sort of talks and dialogues between the two main parties at the moment.
So it's really interesting, very positive there when it comes to Pakistan, but with conflicting reports from the US and Iran on prospects for peace, what challenges could Pakistan actually face in facilitating the successful negotiations? Because we're hearing different things from different sides.
Well, of course, as they say that it's easy to start a war, but it's difficult to end the war. This is not something, an easy task for any country that is mediating for Pakistan as well. There is a huge mistrust between Iran and the Trump administration. As you remember, there was talks in the past, and that almost there was a consensus claim and counterclaim, but we saw followed by a war, an attack on Iran. So this is one challenge. Secondly, there are spoilers. Of course, they want to continue and also pursue some sort of regime change in Iran. That is another challenge. The third most important thing is that how best all countries can agree to de-escalation and some sort of ceasefire. That convergence is not easy to come by, given the fact that there are different stakeholders have competing agendas, right from Washington to Tel Aviv to Tehran. So this is why this is not an easy job, of course, for Pakistan as well.
Pakistan has offered to host talks in Islamabad as we've been talking, and there are reports that the discussions could happen really soon, in the next few days or over the weekend. Do you think we could see a peace deal reached if those talks do go ahead? Are you positive about an off-ramp?
Well, of course, I mean, at the moment, what they call it off the ramp deal, everybody wants to see some sort of de-escalation, despite the rhetorics in the open, despite the narratives that is being fought through media and through public opinion. There need to be a face saving for the parties involved. So I think, given the cost and the pain that is inflicted on the economy, and also the stability of the region, and it has become a really international issue, I think there is a genuine prospect for some sort of de-escalation and some sort of robust efforts for a potential ceasefire. So I'm really positive that we might see some sort of positive momentum towards this great goal, because nobody want to see this war escalating to the level where we see unforeseen consequences in the coming weeks. So this is why I think, and I'm positive, we will see some sort of momentum towards a very positive breakthrough in the coming days. And that pause can be translated in some sort of breakthrough that will benefit the region and the world at large.
And it's really interesting. You mentioned Tel Aviv a little bit earlier to me, and I just wanted to talk a bit about that, because how can U.S. efforts to pursue negotiations with Iran succeed while Israel continues military escalation? And what risk does this lack of coordination actually pose to these efforts of reaching a deal?
Well, of course, the Israelis apparently were surprised when they found out that there is a back channel door, and there are some sort of talks between the U.S. and the Iranian side through countries like Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey. So the vibes that were coming from Tel Aviv were of confusion and some shock. So they might have a competing agenda, and then some people would suspect that they might have a other goal to achieve, and that may be conceived and contrived as some sort of a spoiler in the background. But I think I believe that the Trump administration would be, I think, in a better position to achieve and implement any sort of convergence, if there is any, for a ceasefire, if reached between the main party, in this sense, the Iranian side and the Americans. So I think it's up to Washington to how far they can go along with the Israelis to see de-escalation and some sort of ceasefire. Of course, everybody in the room has concerns, that have to be addressed if this talks are to be successful. And as I said, it's not easy to achieve that consensus and convergence. But this is a big challenge, that how far Tel Aviv will buy in, and they would find some sort of concurrence, if there is any, that is arrived through back channel doors in coming days.
Jan, and just briefly, with oil back above $100 a barrel, Pakistan's ordered fans of its top cricket tournament to stay at home to conserve fuel. It shut schools for 2 weeks to save energy, along with other measures, which are including blackouts in the country. How damaging could a prolonged war be economically?
Well, of course, no country is safe from or immune to any cost escalation in terms of the prices of the petrol, Pakistan would also suffer if the prices go up, and inflation would ultimately hurt, the people's pocket. And no government wants to have that sort of challenge. Pakistan has tried to minimize it. It expanded its supply chain. It has put in even kinetic measures through its naval forces to make sure that the supply line is secured. In the Pars region, Pakistan has robust relations with Russia, America, and Saudi Arabia, and also trying to secure from different channels its oil supply, and its chain is being protected. So I think Pakistan is better managing its oil supply and resources. However, Pakistan government is trying to have as much efficiency in terms of fuel consumption as possible, so that for any eventual worst case scenario, the country is ready to face.
Jan Akçakzai, brilliant to have your analysis on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me this evening.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined by Len Khodorkovsky, former senior advisor to the U.S. envoy for Iran and former deputy assistant secretary of state. Len, apologies, as always, great to have you on the show. First of all, I just want to start with, there's been a different position from President Trump every day for the past few days. Now a U-turn, backing down on hitting Iran's power plants. Trump also claims talks are happening with Iran. Tehran denies this. Why has there just been so much mixed messaging right now?
Well, thanks for having me back. I think, like any conflict, there are turns that are predictable and unpredictable. And there are various initiatives that happen in the middle of a conflict, before the conflict. But if you recall, President Trump always prefers a negotiated solution to these things. He offered the regime an opportunity to negotiate before any bombs started falling. What his envoy, Steve Witkoff, said is that he and Jared Kushner found that the regime lied to them about their program. They were inflexible, which is what led us to this point. But we are here again because after 3 weeks of conflict, that the president once again is hoping that the regime finds some flexibility and decides to opt out for a negotiated solution. Otherwise, as he said, hostilities will continue. But I also want to point to the broader context in this. Remember, the reason we're here is because in January, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi called the people to go to the streets and rise up against the regime, and they did by the millions. And they were slaughtered to the tune of probably more than 40,000, which is what led us to this place, that the regime seems to be incapable of moderating, and the only solution that seems to be workable is, as President Trump has always said, is peace through strength, and this is the strength part of the process.
So, Len, it's really interesting you're talking to me about a change when it comes to the government Iran. Donald Trump hasn't really made his strategy clear, has he? Because he sometimes told us they're going there because it's about the ballistic missiles, it's about the nuclear weapons. Now we're hearing about the Iranian government. So even Donald Trump, why he's gone and bombed Iran with Israel seems to not be certain. But I don't want to get stuck on that point, because I want to talk to you right now about mistrust. You spoke about the fact that Donald Trump has given Iran a chance, but every time they've been in negotiations, the US and Israel have struck Iran. And I was just wondering right now, if we're looking at Donald Trump and we're thinking he's not climbing down, but he's actually talking up negotiations with Iran to buy time, because the Marine force is on its way to the region. And is Donald Trump delaying in order for those US Marines to be capable of invading Karg Island?
Well, every conflict has multiple negotiating levers. There are carrots and there are sticks. The carrots, of course, are this 5-day pause on hitting the regime's infrastructure. The stick is, as you mentioned, the Marines on their way to the theater, and the 3 weeks of military negotiation that the U.S. and the Israelis have been doing. So both are levers that the U.S. and Israel have in this scenario. And, frankly, I think the president, even in launching an Operation Epic Fury, has laid out a very clear course of action, which is, first and foremost, he's concerned about American national security. So that entails preventing the regime from attaining nuclear weapons, from building the long-range missiles that are capable of delivering those the nuclear warheads. It's about terrorism. It's about protecting our allies in the region. So those things were laid out. But one thing that the president also said at the end of his address launching the operation is that he asked the people to shelter in their homes while the bombs are falling. And there will come a time when the U.S. and Israel would have taken the regime layer by layer apart and weakened it and even the playing field so that the people can go out on the street and take over their government. And I think that's where we're headed. The conflict started with the people, and I think it will end with the people.
I guess time will tell, won't it? Because we are now 25 days into this war and we haven't seen the people come out. But Pakistani sources have reportedly said that the US Vice President J.D. Vance was actually being put forward as a chief negotiator for the US side if these talks do go ahead in Islamabad soon. Why do you think J.D. Vance will replace Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner? Because we actually haven't seen J.D. Vance very much involved when it came to this war. We know J.D. Vance is America first. He's MAGA. He's sort of been on the sideline of this. So this is an interesting move.
Well, I would say, there's no one more MAGA than President Trump. And J.D. Vance has been part of the conversations and strategy when it comes to this and every other major issue. We'll see what happens and who's the face of this round of negotiations. I know that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have the president's trust, as does the vice president. Regardless of who is the face of this round of negotiations, the president's position is going to remain the same, which is to address those clear threats to national security for the United States, whether it's the vice president or Steve Witkoff who lay out the position.
And Len, there's a big question here because obviously Donald Trump did a U-turn yesterday. He hasn't struck those energy facilities inside of Iran. He's saying 5 days. 5 days is Friday by my calculation. So what happens on Friday if things don't go President Donald Trump's way?
Well, I can't tell you what specific targets the president may or may not opt for on Friday or as the conflict moves on. But what I can say is there are two kinds of infrastructure that we're talking about. One infrastructure is the one that regime uses to supply its war-making capability. So there are military supply chains, and then there's civilian infrastructure that hopefully will be less affected by the war so that the people can maintain their access to electricity, heat, and those sorts of things, and then have the ability to rebuild after the conflict is over. So I think the president is certainly sensitive to the differences between the two, and I expect that he will be very gentle when it comes to civilian infrastructure and be aggressive when it comes to the regime's war-making infrastructure.
Len, do you still have faith in President Donald Trump that this war will end, or do you think that right now, if we look at the global economic impact it's having, because Iran has the Strait of Hormuz card at the moment, and that's where 20% of the world's oil goes through. We're seeing so many ramifications due to this. And as my earlier guest said, it's easy to enter a war, but it's hard to leave a war.
Well, that's true. And unfortunately, this is not an isolated conflict. I think we have to look at it in the context of a 47-year war waged by the regime against the United States, calling death to America. So this this shouldn't be seen as a flare-up. This is in the context of a larger war that we have, unfortunately, found a way to kick down the road. And this is another, example of the regime holding the world hostage, this time through the piracy in the Strait of Hormuz. But it's done this before. We've resolved it in the past. I suspect the president doesn't want to come back and deal with this over and over, which is what he said a number of times. So, yes, there may be temporary discomfort from the regime holding the strait and the global commerce hostage again. But as a number of American national security experts have said, we have a choice to deal with temporary discomfort of a number of weeks right now, or to punt this down the road one more time and have the regime hold this over our heads for the next 50 years. I think the president has been clear that he is ready to put an end to it.
Len Khodorkovsky, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me.
Thanks so much.
Japan and South Korea are taking urgent steps to secure energy supplies as tensions escalate in the Middle East. It comes despite US President Donald Trump signaling a delay to planned military strikes on Iran's energy facilities and saying negotiations are taking place to ease the crisis. Patrick Falk has this report.
Japan remains on high alert as it braces for further disruptions to fuel supplies due to the Iran conflict. Today, Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi said the government would begin tapping state oil reserves from Thursday. It comes after releasing private stockpiles a week ago to ease potential shortages.
In regard to the impact that the situation in the Middle East is having on the domestic economy, we are taking steps to ensure that under no circumstances will there be any disruptions to the supply of petroleum products such as gasoline.
Tokyo is also implementing subsidies to help curb rising fuel prices, piling cost of living pressures for many people. Meanwhile, South Korea's Prime Minister cancelled a planned visit to China to manage the growing fallout from the crisis. The government has announced it will limit driving hours to reduce fuel consumption in response to surging oil prices.
It's not just about energy. We must activate a government-level emergency response system to address major crises impacting daily life.
Seoul is also calling on people to adopt energy-saving practices such as shorter showers and limiting appliance use during peak hours to help reduce demand. The outlook remains uncertain. Rising energy costs threaten to drive inflation higher, impacting not only fuel but many sectors of the economy. Japan and South Korea are major importers of crude oil and are particularly sensitive to energy price increases. For now, they're watching closely to see whether Washington and Tehran's next moves will bring any further relief. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
We can now speak to economist and CEO of Meyer Resources, Cornelia Meyer. Cornelia, as always, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Cornelia, oil is back above $100 a barrel after that dramatic fall yesterday following Trump's announcement that he had postponed his threatened strikes on Iranian power plants. But why are financial markets so skeptical at the moment?
Well, it's been an up and down. It's been threats versus counter threats, and financial markets just are on a wait and see perspective. Yes, Donald Trump did not attack the infrastructure in Iran, but this is not. It didn't say he wouldn't attack it. It's a 5-day delay, so we will see what will happen. And in the meantime, GCC nations are getting sadly bombarded with drones and with rockets from Iran. They have been able to, in some places, avert the worst. Not in Qatar, where Ras Laffan, the LNG production facility has been struck, and 17% of it has been taken out. So whilst the rockets are still flying, traders are going to be very cautious.
And what's your take on traders betting hundreds of millions of dollars on oil contracts just minutes before Trump's announcement that the US would postpone those strikes against Iranian energy infrastructure?
Look, I've never been somebody who went for conspiracy theories. So yes, this may be that some people might have had some information, but other people might, but it can also just be the normal way in which traders behave. So I'm not qualified to say what it really is, and I always tend to err away from conspiracy theories.
Probably wise, Cornelia. But Cornelia, many countries in Asia, including Pakistan, India and Sri Lanka, are taking austerity measures to tackle energy shortages at the moment. If the war continues and the Strait of Hormuz does remain closed, what impact will this have on Asian economies?
It will have a dire impact, and it will especially have a big impact on countries like Pakistan, like Bangladesh, who need LNG. You know, and more than 90% of the oil and oil products and the LNG coming through Hormuz go to Asia. So those countries will not be able to afford, and the richer countries, the Japans, the Koreas, and the Europeans will snatch it away from them with higher prices. So that's a real issue. But all in all, and the Korean president was right when he said, look, it's not just oil, it's not just gas, it's all of these inputs. It's 30% of nitrogen-based fertilizer comes through the Strait of Hormuz. It's polyethylene, polypropylene, all of these things that we need to have industrial production go, and they all go to Asia. So yes, it will have an impact. Mind you, in the long run, in the short run, it has an impact via the price of oil and gas on Europe and the US. In the longer run, it will impact also scarcity, will also impact Europe, because a lot of the gasoline, the kerosene and so on gets refined in places like India and other Asian places and then shipped to Europe. So give it a few weeks and they will see the scarcity as well.
And Cornelia, we're just talking about Asia there and the fact that they get lots of their LNG and oil from the Middle East. Are they going to begin to diversify their economies at any point, or do they have plans to do this? What options do they have in the immediate term?
In the immediate term, look, we have taken out 20% of crude and petroleum products with the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz. We have taken out 20% of LNG. There is no substitution for that. Yes, you will see countries, like you see it in some Southeast Asian countries, have a 4-day work week, tell people to drive less and so on, do what they did during the first oil shock in 1973. But it's difficult to substitute for oil and oil products because they're in everything we do, in everything we consume, and there's no way around fertilizers, for instance. One winner though will be coal, because some of the power generation that's now based on LNG and gas may well shift over to coal. So King Coal may well be a little bit of a beneficiary on this.
And any positive sentiment on the horizon at all that you can see when it comes to the markets and the energy sector?
All I can say is we need that Strait of Hormuz to open. And it's not just for the Asian economies that we've talked about, the Japans, the Koreas, and the richer economies. It's especially also for the poorer economies, for the economies in the third world, because 30% of nitrogen-based fertilizer comes through the straits. Now, the OECD economies will be able to purchase food, and it will have an inflationary effect. They can do subsidies, they can do all of those things. But the really poor countries, the Burkina Fasos of this world, what will they do? Will they still have access to food when we don't have the fertilizers growing the food?
Cornelia Meyer, as always, it was really great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Police in the UK have warned Iran poses a grave threat to the country following an arson attack on a Jewish ambulance service in North London. They are investigating whether a terrorist group with possible links to Iran is behind the incident. It comes as a poll backed by a former top military commander in the UK has revealed 40% of citizens believe the country will be at war within just 5 years. For more on this, I'm joined by Ian Proud, a former senior British diplomat who was based at the UK Embassy in Moscow. I do apologise, Ian. Great to have you on the show. How concerning is this assessment by British police, in your opinion? And do you share their concerns about the threat to the UK?
Well, it's completely obvious that the closer we align with Donald Trump's illegal war against Iran, the more likely that we'll be caught in the crossfire as we get subject to increasing terrorist threat, you know, from groups linked with Iran and other kind of similar terrorist groups. So, I mean, there's a completely obvious correlation there between our association with the Americans and the risk of terrorism in the UK. So, I mean, yes, you know, we have to take it seriously, but actually this raises the question, should we be doing our very best to encourage Trump to back down from this war and actually secure negotiated peace? I mean, that's what we should be doing.
And do you think that Keir Starmer is doing that at the moment? Do you think he's doing enough to protect the UK's own interests? Do you think he's also doing enough to make sure that Donald Trump tries to reach a diplomatic resolution here?
I think the Iran war has revealed the utter powerlessness of Keir Starmer to really influence Donald Trump's thinking, not least on the back of the disastrous revelation about the former ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson, and his association with Keir Starmer. So it's just revealed that we are powerless as a country to influence the thinking inside of the White House right now, and we need to think about our alliances, you know, in Europe and how we can use those to leverage peace. But of course, this also applies to the war in Ukraine, where Keir Starmer has not tried hard enough to bring that conflict to an end.
It's really interesting because I guess the coalition of the willing, if we're talking about the war in Ukraine, is something Keir Starmer sort of masterminded, didn't he, in order to try and reach a resolution, and as you say, hasn't been successful. But what would you like to see happen in the next sort of few days when it comes to the Iran war? It's escalated much further and more quickly than many people did predict. Do you think we could possibly see an end in the coming weeks? Because talks of diplomacy have been thrown around lately by Donald Trump, and now Pakistan saying they would welcome talks in their country.
Well, J.D. Vance is apparently going to be undertaking these talks. Clearly, the Iranians don't want to talk to Donald Trump, and they don't want to talk to Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff, so they've wheeled out J.D. Vance. But I think the issue here is that the greater pressure is on the United States to win this war, because they are coming under pressure from all of the nations around the world about the catastrophic impact this is having on the global economy, whereas for Iran, their objective here is merely survival, and they're maintaining the upper hand in that.
And it's really interesting that you say they're wheeling out J.D. Vance, because I actually think a lot of people do think he has been absent when it comes to the US and Israel's attacks on Iran. We've seen Marco Rubio way more in the forefront, and of course Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Do you think J.D. Vance could be the man that could reach some sort of deal?
Well, all of the American commentators that I speak to take the view that J.D. Vance is one of the few realists in the room that is still dominated by neocons, and Marco Rubio still falls into that neocon category. So clearly he has been silenced. He wasn't able to influence Trump's decision to go to war. But given the position that he takes, which is a much more moderate position, now seems the right time to kind of wheel him out, dust him off, and send him out to try and bring this disastrous war to a close.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But let's just move on, because we are seeing Russia benefit economically from the conflict through rising oil prices. How closely aligned are Moscow and Tehran, do you think, at this stage? And is this effectively strengthening Russia's hand? Because Putin was wanting to be the negotiator in this.
Well, Russia has had a strategic partnership with Iran for quite some time. They're developing their energy links and energy corridor from Russia through to Iran as well, through the South Caucasus. You know, we know that those relationships are very strong. The fact that Russia's benefiting from Trump's war is just economics. I mean, that's just how economics works. Yes, clearly Russia will gain a massive benefit from this, but also it will provide benefit to the kind of wider movement in the developing world to kind of gravitate towards Asia and the BRICS grouping.
Yeah, that's really interesting because Donald Trump isn't a big fan of BRICS, is he? So that's something that's not going to make him too happy if he hears that. But Ian, we've been chatting, and in a way you've got quite a pessimistic view on what's happening. I wonder, do you think that there will be an off-ramp to this?
Well, there has to be an off-ramp because I think, as I said before, the greatest pressure is actually on the US to settle. They are successfully alienating themselves on the world stage. Trump is revealing his limitations as a president. Now, I'm the person who kind of wanted Trump to beat Biden in the election because I thought Biden was disastrous on Ukraine. Actually, Trump now appears to be even more disastrous. But, I mean, he's facing a cliff edge moment in November with the midterm elections. So he will be coming under massive domestic pressure. The Americans need the off-ramp actually more than the Iranians, and I think that's why it will have to happen sooner rather than later.
And Russia has launched one of its largest aerial attacks in months, more than 400 drones and missiles. Is it a sign that Moscow feels emboldened when it comes to Ukraine right now, while the global attention, you and me and the rest of the world, is focused on what's happening in the Middle East and Iran?
Not really. Russia's been maintaining these kind of heavy aerial bombardments all throughout the winter that's massively degraded Ukraine's energy infrastructure, cast lots of people into bitter cold during one of the harshest winters in recent, memory. So that's really nothing new. And we're now getting into spring where the tempo and the nature of the war in Ukraine is going to continue. But it doesn't appear to be substantively different from this devastating war that's been happening for 4 years, which really has to come to an end.
And right now, I just want to ask you one final question. The US is putting these efforts, and they're trying to pursue negotiations with Iran right now. But Israel is continuing its military escalation in both theatres of war when it comes to Iran and it comes to Lebanon. Right now, we're seeing Israel and the US not coordinated. How dangerous could this be?
It's incredibly dangerous because a lot of people think that the only reason that Trump has been pulled into the war is because of the influence of Netanyahu on him. And actually, the Americans need to take their own sovereign decisions and actually need to rein in the Israelis to the best extent that they can. But what this has revealed, and the same thing actually applies to Zelensky in Ukraine, is that once you let these small kind of proxy states have a free rein, then you become less able to control them. And I think what's happening now is it's proof that actually at a time when America is making itself weak on the world stage, it's showing its inability actually to control its proxy in Israel.
Ian Proud, let's see what happens in the coming days. Thank you so much for your time and analysis. Great to have you on the show.
You're welcome.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A large explosion at a Texas oil refinery has forced nearby residents to shelter in place. There have been no reports of injuries in Monday's explosion at the Valerio refinery. The explosion comes amid a spike in gas prices driven by the conflict in the Middle East. A California jury has ordered former actor Bill Cosby to pay over $19 million in damages to a woman who he drugged and assaulted in 1972. The victim, Donna Motzinger, said that the former comedian gave her a pill that left her incapacitated. Cosby has denied the allegations, along with similar civil and criminal cases filed against him by dozens of women. A military plane crash in Colombia has killed at least 66 people and injured dozens. 114 army personnel and 11 crew members were on board the aircraft. The plane was a US-made C-130 Hercules used for transporting troops. An investigation into the crash is now underway. A reminder of our top stories. Sources claim a US delegation will visit Pakistan within days for peace talks to end the Iran war. Iran launches missiles and drones at Tel Aviv, targeting key command centers. Russia fires 426 drones and missiles at Ukraine, hitting critical infrastructure facilities and killing 4 people. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
What are the scenarios for an end to this war? Deal, deadlock, or something worse? President Trump has made his stance clear. He's rejected negotiations unless Iran surrenders unconditionally, and he's left open the possibility of U.S. ground troops. His message has been maximum pressure first, any deal comes later. Iran's government has pushed back just as strongly. President Masoud Pezeshkian rejected the idea of unconditional surrender, calling it a dream, and said Iran would not back down. So politically, both sides are talking about very different endgames. So here's what could happen next. First, a negotiated pause. Leaders could agree to stop large-scale fighting without a full surrender on either side. If regional pressure and back-channel diplomacy intensify, a ceasefire deal becomes possible. Not full peace, but a stop to major strikes. Markets have already reacted at times to hopes of diplomacy. Second, a longer drawn-out conflict. Neither side looks ready to step away. Trump has signaled operations could continue for weeks, while Iranian officials say they're prepared for a prolonged confrontation. That points to cycles of strikes and counterstrikes with no decisive ending, a slow grind rather than a quick finish. Third, de-escalation under pressure. Wars sometimes fade when the cost becomes too high, politically, economically, and militarily. If regional stability and global markets take heavier hits, leaders could shift toward limiting the conflict. And last, wider escalation, the riskiest path. More countries or armed groups get pulled in, making the war harder to contain and harder to end. So the short answer is there's no clear finish line right now. The most realistic paths are a negotiated pause, a drawn-out war of attrition, or escalation that complicates any peace effort. And what matters most is simple: what leaders are willing to compromise on and what they consider a win worth stopping for.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into 4 main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ, और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है, महिला जो कि पुरुषों से ज़्यादा काम करती है.
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi Gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men tried to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization. Motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement. They work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. Gulabi gang also organize protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them. Whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials, we are always ready with our sticks. And I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they are like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi gang. The Gulabi gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds, we need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years, it's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5-mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag up issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the we can say policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the pink gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Well, we're joined now by Dr. John Sfakianakis, who is the chief economist and head of economic research at the Gulf Research Center in Riyadh. He's also an associate fellow with Chatham House's Middle East and North Africa program. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Sfakianakis. It's been 17 days since this conflict began. The markets have been rattled, energy supplies have been disrupted. Trade routes and oil markets have been clearly affected, and Gulf countries have essentially been drawn into a war, economically speaking, and in other ways that they didn't start. Just tell us, first of all, how serious is the damage that's been done to the region so far?
Well, I mean, there is no denial that this is a big event, and this is a quite important event for the region's well-being, for the economies, for the way the region perceives the world, the way the world perceives the region. It's a big event, no doubt. It's a big event because it takes out not just the geopolitics out of the genie, but also the economics. And the big question mark is how resilient are the economies to withstand this? And also how resilient is the global economy able to withstand this? So I would say this is a very significant event.
Right, and how resilient are the economies of the GCC, would you say?
So there is always a tendency, I've been doing this for 25 years now. There is always a tendency, and I've seen quite a few Middle East Gulf wars, so to speak. So Gulf War I, 2003 Iraq invasion, 2006 Israel invasion of Lebanon, then the Arab Spring, now this. There is always a tendency to perceive crisis as catastrophic, that we are not going to be able to recover. This is kind of a very difficult event. Markets go down, stock markets go down, people leave, they leave the region, there is an exodus and so forth. I, from a personal standpoint, believe that the region will do very well. They will recover. It has been proven before. But also, whenever myself have said that the region is going to do okay, the region has proven to do better than okay. There is no doubt that over the short term, the region will have certain difficulties in all kinds of ways, because people go, because oil prices will have an impact on the global economic trend and trends, because we tend to overreact for all these reasons. So there is this kind of short-term view of things. The impact of this will be felt negatively. But over time, the region has proved to me and others they behave quite well. They're sitting on huge assets, an asset pool of more than $8 trillion invested in the region and outside. The world still wants oil and needs oil, and hence why we have now an oil crisis. And also the region is a very important geographic location for the supply chain. And the supply chain has become very important since COVID. And that makes the region not necessarily unique, but in some ways, when it comes to energy, oil and natural gas, the region is very important. So I would say that, yeah, there are short-term, as economists call it, first-round effects, but then over time, things will recover and the region will do quite well, no doubt.
Okay, so while you were talking there, I was thinking about the parallels you were drawing with other geopolitical shocks. And I was reading a piece in Foreign Policy, and they said this: This is the first conflict since the Second World War to directly impact cities and facilities that serve as hubs in the globalized economy. Would you agree with that we haven't seen anything like this, nothing like this impact on the world economy since the Second World War?
Not exactly. Where I will agree is that we have seen for the first time the Gulf being impacted with direct hits. And hits meaning from Iran. This is the first time where the region is feeling the impact of the war in terms of attacks on infrastructure, on airports, and so forth. But it's not the first time we've seen an economic crisis result from an energy crisis. 1973 is the case in point. There was an oil embargo, and we had at that time far greater dependency on oil than we have today. More of what we call the GDP relied on 1 barrel of oil than what we have today. And today we have alternatives. Today we have the U.S. being a major exporter of oil. Today we have other alternatives to hydrocarbons, mainly solar and other renewable resources. So it's not exactly the first time. And I think the world has to go over the kind of impact of the first time crisis and so forth. Let me put it in a different way. If we had to experience this crisis, which notwithstanding is a significant event, as I said, it's the first time all the Gulf region is being attacked via drones, low-key, asymmetric kind of warfare. If we had this attack 20 years ago, 30 years ago, without the U.S. being a capable exporter of oil, oil would have jumped within the first day to $200 a barrel, not 100 or 117 or 98 and so forth. I think this would have been a huge crisis 20, 30 years ago than what we have today.
Okay. Are we seeing any of these economic effects? And you've downplayed them to some extent. You're not going to the same extreme as what some analysts are saying. But have we seen any trickle-down effects to the extent that it is affecting the daily lives of citizens across the GCC, would you say?
Yeah, of course. Of course there is a daily life impact. Let's not beat around the bush. Certainly aviation is one. People are stranded. Tourists are stranded. People who have traveled to Saudi Arabia on business and have to go back to the Gulf, they're stranded. They take alternative routes. And the whole concept of the GCC and tourism is right now on hold and stranded. So no doubt people are rethinking what they're going to do, and there is a direct impact on our daily lives. There is no doubt. And that has to be rethought going forward. However, the Gulf is resilient. The Gulf is going to push ahead. And this is not the first time the Gulf and the Middle East is experiencing a crisis.
Yeah, I mean, we already heard in the last couple of days that Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are cancelling their Grand Prix weekends that were supposed to happen in April. I mean, that's just one example of probably many different types of disruption that have been caused, but it did generate some headlines. I mean, are you able to, at this stage, is anyone able to, at this stage, start guesstimating a price tag for what this disruption is costing the GCC?
Yeah, I think there are some guesstimates, and I think people are beginning to figure out there are short-term immediate effects, negative effects, as a result of the inability to travel, the inability to have tourists, the inability to have businesses free-flowing in the region, the inability to have foreign direct investments into the region, and also the region to act as a hub, not just shipping or logistics, but also on sports and other events. So the region suffers as a result of that. So there is this kind of effect. Then there is the macroeconomic effect, which has to do with what we think is going to happen as a result of lower oil production. The production side has an effect on the economy, so that means that some economies will feel the pinch and they will be able to produce less economic output. But over the medium term, I don't think this is going to be a long drawn-out war. Over the medium term, we should be able to recover. But there are negative effects as a result of what we're seeing today.
Okay. And you were talking a bit earlier on about the sovereign wealth funds across the region. I mean, you gave a different figure. I've got 5 trillion of accumulated wealth across the region in these sovereign wealth funds. Yours was a slightly higher figure. But in any case, are we likely to see a review of some of the foreign wealth fund strategies during the months ahead? I mean, might people start rethinking how that money is invested?
Perhaps. But my figure also accounts for local investment. So the 5+3 looks at not just the outside, but also the inside spent and invested in the GCC. Yes, there could be a rethink. It depends on also the longevity of the crisis. If this is a 5-month crisis, there will be some serious impact on the global economy. Trade flows, output, GDP, investments will be impacted, and also inflation. Not to forget that the GCC imports for a lot of its goods, and it needs to find alternatives to import many of these goods. But also the global economy depends on things like fertilizer and urea and other items that are so vital to produce agricultural farming goods. So as a result, if these prices remain elevated or spike, that creates an issue for what we import in the GCC. But overall, I don't think that the investment strategy and thesis will change. Still, sovereign wealth funds will need to invest outside. But also, for certain countries, like Saudi Arabia, they have to invest in their own economies to keep on pushing for the diversification. And I think that's an important element. I don't think there will be an end to what the sovereign wealth funds have done. If anything, the additional importance that the region projects in the world as a result of the crisis will be to their advantage going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there were lots of investment pledges to the United States by a number of GCC governments. And I don't know if you think those pledges came with any sort of expectations and strings attached, like not drawing this region into US conflicts. But do you see those pledges perhaps being reconsidered?
Well, some of them should be, and some of them have to, because oil prices, if they are able to remain at these levels, we have to reconsider what gets spent inside. Because remember, there is a defense side to all of this, a military angle to all of this. Some of the defense equipment that are being used today to defend the GCC will have to be replenished. So that money that would eventually go as a result of sovereign wealth fund investments into the U.S., let's say, will have to be, some of it, instead invested towards defense equipment. And some of it will have to be reconsidered because, as we've seen, the asymmetric warfare has necessitated a different type of response. You cannot be fighting drones with Patriot missiles. You cannot be using a $3 to $4 million missile to counter $7,000 to $10,000 Shahed that comes into your country. So there has to be a difference in terms of the responses, but also a reallocation of priorities. And I think defense will be one of those.
I mean, clearly what Iran is doing right now is applying pressure aimed on the GCC economies, aimed at forcing the US and Israel to end the war. Is this working?
I don't think it's working. Definitely not, because it seems both sides are not relenting. The US needs to keep on pushing because at the end they have to come out with results. So what is the end game? What is the result that the US will announce to the world? If, let's assume the war ends today, what does the US say to the world? I've done this war and now I have accomplished what exactly? Remember, at the very beginning, it was all about regime change, and that takes time. Number two, Iran needs to also respond. They cannot just bail out and say, this is it. Thank you very much for attacking me, but now I'm going to dig in and be idle and simple. And I think the Iranian regime, if it wants to survive, it needs to respond. Unfortunately, the Gulf is found in the middle. And as you said, the Gulf is found in the middle and it's receiving the brunt of the heat from the Iranian side. Again, asymmetric in nature, but unfortunate. And for that, also the Gulf-U.S. relationship needs to be reconfigured. It needs to be on a principle of greater defense founding. But also the Gulf, the GCC, needs to reconsider itself. Are we in it together as GCC nations? Do we have unity? Yes, we are all speaking Arabic, but are we united? And I think that's a very important step forward. We always talked about the GCC and the GCC Secretariat and the GCC being one. And often enough in economics, we've talked about the customs union and so forth, and how the EU acts as an institution that the GCC learns a lot and would aspire to be like one. But defense now necessitates a different response. So are the 6 different nations going to unite to have a common front towards what seems to be a big enemy, which is Iran, because Iran is not hitting Israel as much and certainly cannot hit the US, but it found it quite opportune to hit the GCC. And I think it requires the GCC to be united from here on.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Sfakianakis, we're nearly out of time. I mean, none of us knows when this chapter that we're living through right now is going to come to an end. But let's look back on it. And I want to ask you what you think the legacy so far, based on what we've learnt so far in this experience, what the lessons learnt have been. And I'm thinking to myself, just looking at some of the bottlenecks out there in the Strait of Hormuz, oil storage issues. We've talked a lot on this channel about economic diversification efforts across the region. I mean, do any of those give you any clues as to what I'm getting at here? What do you think the legacy sort of lessons learnt from this whole experience will be?
Well, that the first lesson is that they need to find alternative ways to export what is quite crucial. And not only just Saudi Arabia needs to offer that, and the UAE. We've seen how deleterious and negative has been the lack of alternative sources of supply to the Straits of Hormuz for the GCC. So we need to think quite united as to how we're going to get the oil out of the Gulf. So alternatives to Fujairah and other places need to be offered. Also, we need to think about the geography and how import and export can be unified through the usage of common patterns of logistics, supply, and demand. And by that, I look at Oman as an alternative. I look at rail as an alternative, transportation, road transportation, and also Saudi Arabia through its shipping. But I think that a common front, the big lesson is a common front on defense, and politics needs to be put together. And you cannot have a disunited GCC. I think this is very important as a lesson learned. Also, we need to think of alternatives to how we cater for our population. So let's take the example of water, desalination plants. What if, for instance, the future demands that we need to find alternative sources to water? And it's not just the Gulf that desalinates water. We need to see if the Red Sea or the Arabian Sea can provide alternative supply sources of water. And how we can put together a unified decision-making thinking around that. I think there are many lessons learned. And the lesson also is that a friend that appears as a friend could be an enemy, and the enemy is real. And I think the enemy is across the Gulf, which is today called Iran. And Iran is a real enemy for the Gulf countries. And we see it in none other ways on the attacks we have experienced. And remember, today we have, or until today, we have witnessed roughly 3,000 or 4,000 drones and missiles hitting the Gulf. Maybe my math is wrong because I'm not a military expert. But we haven't seen a huge amount. What if we end up seeing what the Ukraine-Russia war experiences on a daily basis, in the thousands? What will happen to the Gulf? And that requires a common defense policy rather than being theoretical and notional at the end of the day.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us. Dr. John Sfakianakis, Chief Economist and Head of Economic Research at the Gulf Research Center in Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Now, as the US-Iran-Israel conflict continues, violence is spreading and Iraq is looking increasingly exposed. Well, amidst a fragile political transition, Iran-aligned armed groups are active in the country, and at the same time, a large Kurdish population remains largely unsympathetic to Tehran. Well, adding to the risk, instability is cutting oil output, and that in turn is harming Iraq's economy. Well, let's get some more analysis on all of this, and we can speak to Dr. Zamkan Ali Salim, who is an associate professor of political science at the University of Sulaymaniyah, which is in the Kurdish Autonomous Region of Iraq. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor. First of all, this conflict is clearly affecting Iraq in several different ways. It seems to be a dangerous moment for Iraq, a dangerous cocktail of elements here. What can be done to minimize the risks and reduce the tensions?
Yes, as you correctly said, Iraq is being dragged into this war. We have seen lots of tension attacks, drone attacks at oil facilities, at diplomatic missions, at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, at U.S. Air Base Victoria. And it's not just in Baghdad in the south, but also here in the Kurdish region. To stop this, the Iraqi government, the central Iraqi government, basically took the position of neutrality. They are saying that the Iraqi prime minister, the caretaker prime minister, Mohammad Shiat Sudani, has many times said this is not a war. Iraq is not going to be a platform for attacking Iran or wants to avoid this war. But the problem is that Iran has strong allies on the ground in the form of the popular mobilization forces, a large, influential, powerful armed Shia groups, some of them strongly aligned with Iran. And in the last June war between Israel and Iran, Mohammad Shiat Sudani, the prime minister, was able to prevent these groups from involving in the war, from attacking U.S. and Israel. But this one, he could not stop it because they are powerful. They are formally part of the command and control structure, nominally under the control of the Iraqi government. But they've proven this time that they acted beyond and against the prime minister's calls and interests and dragged basically Iraq into the war right now.
Okay, so I mean, does Baghdad have to make a choice? I mean, it seems that the country is being torn in two directions, being torn in one direction by Iran, another direction by the United States. Which one are they going to choose?
Apparently, for now, these groups are very, very powerful, and they've been able to go against and challenge the Iraqi government. But the best choice for Iraq is to remain neutral. They can do that. I mean, it is these particular groups that they really want for domestic political reasons, due to their ideological ties to Iran, that want to fight, make Iraq the battleground and fight the Americans here. The rest of your formal institutions of the government, large political parties, and by the way, Shia political parties, they understand becoming part of this war is devastating to Iraq, both in terms of security, economically, and socially. So there are, even though these groups are trying to drag Iraq into the war, and they are attacking U.S. interests in this within the soil of Iraq, there are many powerful Shia groups that they know this is dangerous. They realize the threat, so they're working to prevent these groups from acting. So far, they have not been able to do so, and the more the war escalates between Israel and America on one hand and Iran on the other hand, I expect greater tensions and greater instability in Iraq, unfortunately.
Okay, let's turn our attention to the region of Iraq that you're in, the Kurdish Autonomous Region. There are 30 to 40 million Kurdish people in the region, spread between Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey primarily. They are, of course, the world's largest stateless ethnic group. And I'm wondering to myself, why has Tehran been targeting civilian sites inside Iraqi Kurdistan? What's the rationale?
Right. Well, for two reasons. One, because they see this region as an ally of the United States, and it's actually true. The U.S. has been a main backer of the region, of the Kurdistan regional government, and a supporter of the ruling elites here. But the U.S. maintains a small airbase inside Erbil, the regional capital. But the region has not been participating in the war. The region has not been used by the United States, utilized for this war against Iran. And that's why the authorities here are telling the Iranian authorities, why are you attacking us? The U.S. is not used. It's similar to the situation of the Gulf states, where they hold, where they have U.S. air bases. That's one reason. The other reason is the existence of Iranian opposition Kurdish groups in this region. So for the last 20, 30 years, these groups have operated in this region, but they're being contained and restrained by the KRG, by the ruling faction here, because they realize if these groups make a move and lead an offensive inside Iran, the consequences will be dire. Iran basically in the last 2 weeks, over the last 2 weeks, formally stated that if these groups make a move, then the Iranian security forces are going to attack the KRG directly. And they haven't done, they have done this before. They have used ballistic missiles targeting businessmen, sites within the region. So the threat is very, very real. And Iran and aligned groups. It's not just Iran directly, by the way. It's the Shia militia groups, Iraqi militia groups tied to Iran that are attacking this region. At least 300 attacks against both civilian and military targets so far. I think the idea here, from the perspective of the Iranians and their aligned group, is to wreak havoc in the region, regionalize the war, make raise the cost of the war for everybody, so that everyone who has a tie to the United States, push the U.S. towards stopping the war and the pressure on Iran.
Okay, so we were saying earlier on how there are 30 to 40 million Kurdish people in the Middle East region, and of them 6 million are where you are in Iraq. 9 million are in Iran. And I'm just wondering whether the two groups see things in the same way. I mean, I'm given to understand that Iranian Kurdish groups are not sympathetic to the leadership in Iran at all. But I don't know if that's the case across the board, or whether there are splits even within the Kurdish groups. What's the situation?
Yeah, the best way to look at this is that Iranian Kurds comprise 10% of the Iranian population. They have strong, deep political, economic, and cultural grievances against the Islamic regime, and that grievances gave rise to armed and insurgent groups. Some of them operate here, some of them operate across the border. but the Iranian Kurdish identity is transnational. So there are a lot of ties between the Kurds in Iran and the Kurds here in Iraqi Kurdistan, in Turkey, in Syria, and a lot of Kurds in here sympathize and think that the Kurds in Iran need to be supported in their struggle. This is a golden opportunity. Kurds in Iran, Iranian Kurdistan is home to the only and short-lived Kurdish state in the 1940s. So people have a lot of sympathy, but the ruling elites here in Iraqi Kurdistan, they realize again the dangers and the threats. Now that the Iranian government still is powerful, they can cause major harm to the region, to its institutions and economic assets. They are holding those groups and they are restraining them. Probably this is not going to last forever. If the situation inside Iran changes, if there are cracks in the regime inside Iran, and if the regime faces threats at the core of Iran and is incapable of controlling the Iranian Kurdistan, then this restraint would be removed and we would see Iranian Kurds going for liberating their areas and implementing their agenda, which is achieving autonomy in the Kurdish areas of Iran. But right now they don't do it because they know they lack the capability to do so, the military capabilities. They are assessing the situation on the ground. They know that the regime in the Iranian Kurdish region has been degraded. They've been systemically attacked, but still they don't want to walk into disaster. They need air support. They need strong backing and promises from the United States and Israel. Right. And the Kurds most recently, they've lost trust in the United States due to being abandoned by Washington, especially in Syria. So they're very, very cautious. They are assessing the situation on the ground, and this may change in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that a couple of, but maybe 2 weeks ago, there was considerable speculation that Kurdish fighters might solve the question of, whose boots should be on the ground. And then that idea seems to have sort of disappeared. It's not being talked about quite so much. I mean, what happened to it? Do you think it's going to happen?
This was just a part of the psychological warfare, probably by both Washington and Tel Aviv. But on the ground, these groups, they realize their limitations. They're ready. They want to do this. If they can go and they would want to go and liberate their own areas, remove the regime. But they know their limitation. Right now, they're very weak. They can't get into a sustained fight with the remnants of the regime inside Iran. They're intact. I've talked to them recently. They say that, yes, their headquarters, their offices are being hit, but that we don't see the cracks. We don't see the defections among them. So we are monitoring the situation, and it could actually happen any minute. It depends on their strategy. But if it happens now with Iran holding an upper hand, attacking this region right and left, it would have negative implications for everybody.
Okay. Just lastly, I mean, where do you see things heading to from here? I mean, do you think the US and Israel are going to succeed in toppling the system of government that's been in place in Iran since 1979? How does it look from where you're sitting?
From where I'm sitting, I can see that both the U.S. and Israel are causing major damage to the capabilities, the missile capabilities, the drone capabilities of the Iranian regime. But we also know that this regime is well entrenched, and they could, from what we have been seeing, even though they are getting major blows, their leaders are attacked, their leaders are wiped out. Still, it could be the case that it could last for a bit longer than politicians and decision makers in Washington and Tel Aviv think.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Zulmkhan Ali Salim, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabbas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordow nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza War in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq, with the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes. The confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعا كاملا في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between Al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because Al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them until the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the PA African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Miskat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures, to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في ذلك.
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us.
They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 2006, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA. African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Zoba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Baqara market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings, and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year in Mogadishu, port became the second best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing. And now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdinur Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia. To create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency, bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear. The Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab-African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. That gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there. And it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He's an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. See, he doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Sources claim a US delegation will visit Pakistan within days for peace talks to end the Iran war. Meanwhile, oil prices rise over supply concerns as Tehran appears to contradict President Donald Trump. And the US president takes some time out to visit Graceland, sharing his love for the king of rock and roll. Of course, that's Elvis Presley. Now, a US delegation, including Vice President J.D. Vance and US envoy Steve Witkoff, is reportedly due to visit Pakistan in the next few days for possible peace talks to end the Iran war. In a post on X, Pakistan's Prime Minister said Pakistan welcomes and fully supports ongoing efforts to pursue dialogue to end the war in the Middle East in the interest of peace and stability in the region and beyond. Subject to concurrence by the US and Iran, Pakistan stands ready and honoured to be the host to facilitate. Meanwhile, in the last hour, President Donald Trump has been speaking at the White House and has told reporters Iran wants to make a deal and the US has a new group of leaders in Iran. He added that Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar have been excellent on Iran. Meanwhile, Iran has said non-hostile ships can now transit through the Strait of Hormuz. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Washington correspondent Sarah Firth and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Sarah and Michael, great to have you with me. I don't know if we could get some reaction to the breaking news. Sarah, you are, of course, in Washington at the moment. We've had a lot of news in the last few days. Donald Trump's had a U-turn, but talks are apparently fluid. However, we've just heard the president himself say that negotiations with Iran are happening right now. Iran says non-hostile ships can transit the Strait of Hormuz. And also Trump says Iran gave us a very big present related to oil and gas.
Yes, so he was speaking at the White House just a very short while ago, Leigh Ann. So this is some breaking news coming through. Now, what he said, and I quote, President Trump said, Iran, they gave us a present today, and it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what the present is, but it was a very significant prize. And it said to me that we are dealing with the right people. Now, this is, of course, coming on the back of President Trump's newfound optimism around the possibility of a peace deal with Iran. And I can tell you in that questioning, when he was talking to reporters and in the statement that he made, he did again say, he made the claim, Iran wants to make a deal. We're currently negotiating with Iran. Witkoff, Kushner, along with Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance are conducting the negotiations. He also said, we roam freely over Tehran. We can do whatever we want. As you mentioned there, Leigh Ann, he said Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, they have been excellent on Iran. He was asked, Leigh Ann, do you trust the Iranians? He said, I don't trust anyone. So there you go. The president just a short while ago at the White House reiterating the comments that he's made that Iran, he claims, does want to make a deal here.
Absolutely fascinating, because we heard the president talking and then we get these reports out of the Financial Times that Iran says non-hostile ships can now transit the Strait of Hormuz. But it's really interesting, Michael, because Israel's army says plans in Iran and Lebanon unchanged regardless of talks. And I found that a really interesting line. And also, we can't forget that Tehran has denied any negotiations are happening at all. And they've turned Trump's catchphrase, this is fake news, into basically what they're saying all of this is.
Well, the reality that in 2026, you have militarily an asymmetrical war. Now, this is an expression that I think we've all heard so many times over the last 3.5, 4 weeks. But the reality is that social media eliminates that asymmetrical aspect. And as long as you have a platform, or actually an account, as the Iranian, so many in the Iranian regime do have, they're able to go on there and talk about the same issues that Donald Trump does, and also to use the same language that he uses. And they're able to get the shots in that they want. And this is something that I think has been incredibly interesting for so many people around the world, where they're watching. And if you see the comments on social media when the Iranians come back at Donald Trump using his own language, there are a fair number of people who might not support the regime, but they are absolutely in favor of Donald Trump getting a little bit of his own medicine. And you have to remember that, you know, the U.S. and Israel are definitely in a battle with Iran when it comes to getting their message out. It's a propaganda battle. They want to all own the narrative. And the Iranians are doing a very good job of making sure that Donald Trump understands exactly where they're coming from, so that he knows that these guys, at least on social media, they're not going to roll over.
And it's really interesting. I just want to bring you another line we're getting, this also reporting from the Financial Times. But Tehran said in a letter, vessels linked to the US, Israel, as well as other participants in the aggression do not qualify for innocent or non-hostile passage. So a lot of mixed messages coming through right now, Sarah. I don't know what your reaction is to that, but there seems, once again, mixed messaging.
Yeah, look, the Strait of Hormuz is the critical issue for the Trump administration, and Leigh Ann, as we're finding out for the world, experts and analysts, they are saying that if this drags on into potentially months, that it could be a global recession as a result of that, if it were to continue and if there wasn't a resolution found. You've had the International Energy Agency saying it's already the biggest disruption to oil and energy in history as it stands right now. So there is a huge amount of focus on trying to bring about this resolution. One thing that has been repeated here by some military experts and analysts in DC is that it might have taken one country, one man, President Trump, to announce the start of this war and make the decision to go to war with Iran. But it's going to now take 3 countries to bring about peace, because whatever Washington says and however mixed the messaging is, President Trump, the administration here, are going to need the buy-in of both Israel and Iran for any peace deal to go ahead. Leigh Ann, I want to also give you a little bit of an idea of how Americans are feeling about this. There was a poll today from Ipsos and Reuters that showed that there has been an increase in the number in just a week of those who disapprove of the conflict. So 61% disapproving of the US strikes on Iran. That is up from 59% last week. And, you've got 35% of Americans that now approve. And that is, of course, down from 37% last week. And the overwhelming majority, whatever polls you're looking at right now, of Americans are saying they are opposed to US boots on the ground. And I can bring you an update, Leigh Ann, from here in DC, because we're getting reporting from the Wall Street Journal that we are expecting within the coming hour, potentially, maybe whilst we are on air, for a written order to confirm that there will be the deployment of extra military units from the United States. The US, they say, planning to deploy the Airborne Brigade to the Middle East to support Iran operations. Now, that's the 82nd Airborne Division. It's a quick reaction brigade, a possible deployment to be tied up in any potential ground deployment in Iran.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It says they would join thousands of Marines due to arrive in the Middle East by Friday. The other 3,000 soldiers from that elite 82nd Airborne Division. So, Sarah and Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to a related story now. And there is skepticism across financial markets over whether President Donald Trump's reversal yesterday is linked to calming oil prices. Oil prices rose again on Tuesday over supply concerns after crude futures dropped to more than 10% on Monday. It's after President Trump ordered a 5-day delay on attacking Iran's power plants. Michael, there's a link between the price rise and these on-off talks. Of course, we know that oil was always going to be the market mover that reacted straight away when this war happened. But we're hearing that some traders bet hundreds of millions of dollars on oil contracts minutes before Donald Trump made that announcement yesterday. And I don't know if you think it's a bit of a conspiracy or a coincidence, just how traders think. But of course, the economic side of it is becoming the real crunch point now.
I'm reminded of that famous line from the actor Claude Rains in Casablanca, the 1942 film with Humphrey Bogart, where he says that I'm shocked that there's gambling going on here. And then he proceeds to accept his winnings. And I think for the general public, not just in America, but around the world, they are no longer shocked that there are perhaps deals that are happening under the table. And with the Trump administration, it's not just under the table. It's clearly out in the open for everyone to see. So something like this just smells of incredulity. And I think that no one is going to believe that so much money was traded just before the announcement from Donald Trump. It feels as though it's easy to be cynical in a moment like this because it just feels like it's impossible to believe that there wasn't nefarious activity. And there was a Washington think tank, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, a wonderful quote by one of their analysts who said that we're witnessing how a conflict that began over politics and security is moving to be defined by energy and economics. And yet, anybody who knew that there could be a fight, never mind a war, but a fight with Iran, one of their options was to block the strait. The second option was to mine the strait. And the third would be to start sending drones and missiles over to the Gulf countries. And this is exactly what's happened. So you have economic issues happening at the same time as the military issues are happening. And I think that this is probably going to be a sneak peek for the global community to see how wars are going to be fought moving forward. It's not going to be the death toll that offends people. It's going to be the financial movement that offends people.
Yeah, I think absolutely right, because so many people and so many analysts are watching the markets, especially the oil price. If that goes up to $200, we're also seeing countries right now across Asia putting in austerity measures to try and deal with the energy crisis and shortages that they are facing. But Sarah, how has this been viewed right now in the United States, where you are, by the average American?
Well, look, it's a major issue here, Leigh Ann. I mean, again, you look at the polling, this is clearly something that is dividing Americans. You now have gas prices here, the national average hitting $3.96 a gallon. That's edging closer to $4 a gallon in some areas. I've watched it myself over the last week or two, sort of ticking up those numbers. You've had the fluctuation, of course, in the aftermath of President Trump on Monday, talking about the possibility of a peace plan. You then saw the prices dip again. But look, I think Michael's absolutely right in what he said here, that we're potentially seeing a new way of fighting wars. And what's really interesting is I've reached out to a number of the grassroots organizations in swing states in the US. So in Michigan in particular, I was sort of asking, what are the international community missing here about this issue, and was told that it's not just that it's the economic hit that they're feeling this, in the price at the gas pump, but this is also very personal for a lot of Americans. And I think internationally we can sometimes forget just how many links a lot of people in places like Michigan, we're told people have direct family members in places like Lebanon, in Iran itself, and they have family members now suffering the consequences of new US military action. And so that potentially will have an impact further down the line. We are in a midterm election year that will be taking place, the midterms, in the end of 2026 in November. So you could well see a political punishment for the Trump administration, particularly if this military action continues. And just one final point that's been raised by a lot of the organizations I've spoken to, Leigh Ann, and that's that there is a lack of humanity, they are saying, in a lot of what we're seeing play out. So bets being placed on whether there will be a ceasefire taking place. That sort of plays into what they're saying, is that this sort of oil and gas prices, whilst very important for American families, overshadows the human cost of this. You have Reuters saying that as of March 22nd, you have 3,230 people that have been killed in Iran. They are quoting US-based human rights agencies that are tracking this data. Of course, we can't independently verify these figures. But of the 3,230 people killed since March 22nd in Iran alone, 1,406 people are civilians, and over 200 of them thought to be children. Now, you've also, of course, got the 13 service members that have been killed, American service members that have been killed as a result of this military action. And so it's that human cost that is breaking through here, Leigh Ann. People are taking note of it. It is having an impact. And as we said, we're in a midterm year. President Trump and his administration could well pay the political cost of this.
Sarah, I'm going to put a question actually to you, Michael, because I was speaking to Len Khodorkovsky earlier, who is a strategist on the Republican side of things. And he mentioned a point to me that I think is important. You talk about the human cost, Sarah, of this war, but he also mentioned January, when the Iranian government cracked down so heavily on its own people who were protesting against the repression that they felt in their own country. And we can see those numbers possibly higher, you know, very hard to verify. But then what's being killed right now? I mean, both situations are awful. But, Michael, I don't know what your reaction is to that argument.
So there are some analysts who will say that from December and through to January, when the protests were happening in Iran, that as many as 30,000 Iranians were killed by their own government. Now, this is offensive on so many levels, and there's nobody who is going to be arguing for this regime, and it is a regime, to be staying in place. People around the world are in favor of trying to help the Iranians. It doesn't matter if you're Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump. Everybody wants to do what's best for the 92 million Iranians. There's no argument there. But when you do have, you know, in the first day or three of the war, you had what turned out to be an American Tomahawk that hit a school and killed almost 200 girls. That's when, you know, the cost of war really does hit home, and people start to question if, in fact, this is something that we want to be doing. So when the states start talking about getting another 2,500 Marines into the region so that you'll have 5,000, which adds to the roughly 50,000 soldiers who are already here. And Donald Trump has not completely ruled out the option of boots on the ground. It really concerns people. And I would say, to Sarah's point, you know, Donald Trump's biggest concern is getting impeached. If this drags on too long, the American voters are going to absolutely slaughter the Republicans in the midterms, which means that they will definitely lose the House. Maybe they lose the Senate. If that's the case, then not only could Donald Trump be impeached, but his last 2 years as president will 100% be lame duck president. And I don't think he's going to want to go through that. And he knows this. This is the thing. Donald Trump has great instincts. He talks about having a feel for so many things. He knows that he is in this position, so he has to wrap this up, not just because of those issues, but add in the fact that some of the leaders he gets along with the best are right here in the GCC. And I'm sure they're having conversations with him on a regular basis to say, we have to wrap this up. There are some analysts who will talk about the economies in the Gulf. They're going to need years to recover from, and if all the fighting were to stop today. So it's not an easy proposition, but Donald Trump definitely knows all the players, and he knows where everybody is focused, and he's going to have to make sure he gets his head back in the game and he wraps this up quickly.
And, you know, Donald Trump, as Sarah did mention, he did say Saudi, UAE, Qatar have been excellent on Iran. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on now. And the US president took some time out from the Iran war to visit Elvis Presley's Graceland on Monday. Donald Trump has often compared himself to the king of rock and roll and regularly plays Presley's music at his campaign rallies. Graceland, now a global tourist attraction, temporarily closed down so the president could have a private tour around the property whilst discussing crime rates. Take a listen.
Memphis, I guess you probably heard the crime numbers are way down. Most of them are down by 75% and more. And within 2 or 3 months, we'll have it down to over 90%. So you have to be happy. Elvis would be very happy about that, right?
Everyone loves Elvis.
I love Elvis, too. Elvis, you know, they all say, did you know Elvis? So I knew Frank Sinatra. I knew most of them. Unfortunately, I never met Elvis, and that would be one I would have liked a lot. But I do like his music, I will say. So thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it. Oh, that came out good. Look at that.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Wow. You never know. These are hard to sign. But that came out pretty good.
Is that the first guitar you signed?
Just about. Now, Biden couldn't do that. He'd have to send it out.
Sarah, I know that I'm giggling, but Donald Trump always tickles my sense of humour when he goes and does stuff like this. I don't know why. It kind of makes me feel like he loves it, doesn't he? He loves being out and about, seeing his fans home. So it wasn't just a fanboy moment, however. President Trump, there was a story behind his Memphis visit. What was it?
There was. I mean, you're right, Leigh Ann. It is amusing. And look, that is where President Trump, you know, he wins over the public with those types of appearances. He was actually in Memphis, not to predominantly see Elvis Presley's home, but he was there to promote this Make America Safer Again. So it was a law and order summit that was held in Memphis on Monday. There was a roundtable with leaders who were basically touting the crime reduction efforts that had taken place in the city. This is the Memphis Safe Task Force. The meeting took place at the Tennessee Air National Guard Armory at the Memphis airport, and they said that the city has seen one of the largest and fastest declines in violent crime. So, again, this is all part of the administration's messaging, that they're tough on crime, they're putting law and order first. You had, interestingly, President Trump was joined on that trip by his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. You know, it was some very light-hearted moments, but a little bit of pushback and some criticism here, as you'd expect in the media, about the fact that, you know, if you were to look at them in those moments, you wouldn't know that the US was currently in the middle of a very, very high-stakes conflict.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I get the criticism, but Donald Trump always finds some time to sign a guitar and put himself in the spotlight. But, Michael, we saw that moment with Trump and Elvis's replica guitar, which I quite like. And he says that, you know, he signed it well. Do you think it was a bit of a light relief for him? And do you think probably a feature meme for all of us to copy?
So a little more than an hour ago, I did look on WhatsApp to search for GIFs. I looked for "that came out good," because the way he said, "Ooh, that came out good," and the way he looked, to me, it struck me as a perfect meme that will, if I don't create it, then certainly somebody will. But, you know, Donald Trump sometimes has an inability to read the room. And I'll give a good example of this with his visit to Memphis, and specifically to Graceland. Now, one of the reasons Elvis was so incredibly amazing as a performer was, quite frankly, because of his exposure to the Black community from the moment he was born. He was born in 1935, but it wasn't until he was 21, you know, that he had moved from where he was born in Mississippi to Tennessee, to Memphis. And in 1956, when he was 21, that was the first time that he had lived in a neighborhood that was not predominantly Black. So he had been exposed to Black churches. He had been exposed to the Black revival tours. And this is the music and also the spirit with which he was raised. And it's one of the reasons why he was able to be so different. He was a unique performer. So if the mega base was to do a little bit of research and realize that this man that that Donald Trump loves, Elvis Presley, he is not just, you know, a good-looking white man. He's also somebody who has his roots in the Deep South, which means he comes from a community that, you know, represents the good, the bad, and the ugly of America.
And it's really interesting because, Sarah, you brought up that there had been some criticism, and I was trying to get a line in from Elvis's songs. Maybe some journalists had suspicious minds when it came to this tour.
They were all shook up, Leigh Ann.
Yeah,
they were all shook up.
Yeah, he was walking in Memphis. They were all shook up, and there was suspicious minds. Anyway, we'll leave it there because Michael does not look amused. And let's move on now. Hollywood, as we know it, could start to look very different. A new AI model developed by Chinese company ByteDance have created C-Dance 2.0. It has the ability to create cinema-quality films without a major Hollywood budget, but it's left many studios worrying about their future as well as their copyright. Michael, I feel like this is sort of becoming the big debate at the moment. We've seen songs generated by AI that have become really hit songs when it comes to playlists and what people are listening to. But what do you make of this new tech? Do you think Hollywood is now in real trouble?
I don't. And I'm going to steal a story from Matt Damon, who, with Ben Affleck, was on the Joe Rogan podcast in January. And he had this wonderful story that he told about having a recent conversation with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, who is in a movie called The Smashing Machine. And in the movie, Dwayne Johnson is playing somebody who is dealing with alcohol addiction, just as his father did. And when a friend comes in to confront him about the reality of his life in this moment, this actor reacts in such an emotional way, and I don't want to give it away for those who haven't seen either Matt talk about it on Joe Rogan or the movie itself, but he used a couple of devices that to Matt Damon were incredibly powerful. So Matt Damon's having this conversation with The Rock, and Dwayne Johnson tries to explain that, when he was a young man, he saw his father struggling with alcohol addiction. And then his mother was in the hospital, and she was being told by the doctors that she had been diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. And the reaction that his mother gave was so powerful for Matt Damon that he talked to The Rock about this. And Matt Damon's point, when Joe Rogan asked him about the same question about AI, he said that what Dwayne Johnson did was take these moments from his past and bring them together and use them in the portrayal of this character in The Smashing Machine. And it was so effective as acting tools, and the scene itself was so powerful. And that, in Matt Damon's argument, is why AI would never be able to take the place of actors in Hollywood.
And that is so true, because it's always that human touch and that human emotion that humans feed off. All of us like to be close to people and feel what they're feeling and those emotions. But Sarah, I just want to ask you something. I don't know if you've seen Chloeverse History. Lots of people are talking about it. It's on Instagram, and if you look at it, it's pretty amazing. I've seen some of the videos, and it's incredible that it's AI, but it doesn't look like AI, and people are fascinated, and it's just racked up hundreds of thousands of views in a week.
Yes, and this is the technology from the company Seed Dance. So this is part of it's the Chinese company that runs ByteDance, which is TikTok. And it really shows the sort of capability of some of this AI. So we've got a huge amount of concern, of course, about the different industries that are going to be upended, that are already being disrupted by this new technology. But of course, there's also a lot of sort of AI slop, if you like, that is out there. But the quality of an account exactly like the Chloeverse History, which interestingly a journalist has uncovered, is run by a white bald man, as we said earlier, not
Michael. Ditto, Sarah.
But it is sort of it's raising awareness of just what the capabilities of some of this technology are. It's very, very high end. It's very engaging. And of course, it's educational. So that's the sort of good end of it, if you like. On the other end of it, you have deep fakes. You have a lot of scams. And also, again, here in DC, you've had the Trump administration itself, the White House, using AI videos in responses to people that they're criticizing. So it's, and we've actually had some videos recently using AI and like interspersing real time war footage with videos and Hollywood movies. And so this sort of entering a new period. And I think to Michael's point, actually, about the Matt Damon story, which is really touching, about the sort of humanity perhaps being lost in the use of AI and the fact that we keep it, that there's definitely, sort of an awareness that that there is a lack of humanity, I think, in when you look at the sort of videos that have been put out, the AI videos that are being used by the Trump administration, into, splicing up, Hollywood movie stuff with real footage of war. We're in a period that we just haven't we haven't seen before. And I think there is an argument that there is humanity being lost in this. And, there aren't the guardrails or the sort of checks and balances in place right now. So you've got, the good end of it with Chloe versus History, this educational side of it. That's wonderful, but we haven't got the sort of capability right now to be monitoring and safeguarding people who need it from the opposite end of things.
But, Michael, just final thought from you on this, because sometimes when I'm scrolling through social media, I'm like, how did we ever live without AI and memes? Because they do actually make good comments sometimes, and they can be pretty amusing.
They absolutely can. But, to Sarah's point, I would also add that when you speak with artists, actors or musicians, they will talk about the accidental bit that led to something else. And with AI, it works out so well if your prompts are so good. But in the real world, sometimes, the beauty of imperfection can lead you down a path that you didn't know existed. And it opens up your mind to something that's completely, you're ill prepared for. And the way that you respond to it is sometimes so authentic. And that's one of the reasons why, we mentioned ByteDance and TikTok. TikTok people, influencers are so successful usually because it's capturing, or at least it was designed, or it kind of came about to be so popular because people were so authentic, and that platform, as opposed to say Instagram, was able to capture people in those raw moments. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're so digitally savvy when it comes to AI, because there's something that isn't authentic. There's something that is a little bit too perfect about AI, and that's what allows us to sort of spot it nowadays.
I just have a final thought on this, because as we've been thinking about it. And obviously, when I was younger, we didn't have smartphones or AI. I'm sure you guys feel the same way. But we always had magazines, and magazines were all airbrushed. They were very glossy. It was once again a fake version of male and female, a fake version of achieving things. And in a way, I kind of look at myself and I look at AI, and I think that's sort of our airbrushing in magazines, but on a much broader scale. So maybe it's always been around, this fake sort of perception of how we should be.
Yeah, I also think that.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I think that, when we look at magazines and those photo spreads, that we just naturally accepted that there was a certain amount of airbrushing that was going on. And then over time, models and photographers would start to talk about it. Now I think that even if we don't consciously accept that something is AI, I think there's something in our brains that we're becoming smarter about these things, and we recognize faster and faster that that's not real.
Although I did get caught out the other day, guys, by a video of a man telling a joke to the hyena that was sat next to him in his car, who then laughed. And I sent that to my sister because I assumed it was real. And she told me to scroll down a little bit further, and he was in one video in a bubble bath with the hyena. So it was, of course, AI. So I think I need a brushing up on my spotting AI videos.
But you're right, it is tough, and in this world, anything could be possible, couldn't it? But, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Sarah and Michael have come up with two of their quirkiest stories of the day. So they've been doing a little bit of homework. And Sarah, I want to actually start with your story, because we're talking about social media at the moment. And what is fascinating is this has just been trending everywhere, this story. I saw it trending on Twitter. It was on every single social media platform. And 7 stolen dogs have made it back to their owner. And it's just phenomenal.
It is incredible. And I think we have the video, hopefully, to show you guys. But it's these 7 dogs that were taken from a village, taken to be used, it's thought, for meat. Yeah, you've got the video coming up there. So you've got this different group of dogs, Leanne. So it's golden retrievers. There's a corgi that heads up the pack. You can see at one point they're all sort of surrounding a German shepherd that we're told by the organisation that flagged up this video was injured. And they didn't run off in all different directions. They all stuck together. Leanne, anyone who's a dog owner or has been like you or me knows just how much soul these creatures have, how deeply, deeply loving and special and loyal, but also intelligent dogs are. So they were able to escape from the van that had taken them. They were picked up by a volunteer group that monitors for these types of situations, helping animals in need in China. And they actually dispatched a drone to watch the dogs, and volunteers helped to guide them home and get them reunited with their owners. But the video is just absolutely incredible. These 7 little dogs all banded together. They made their escape. They got back home safely in the end. It's a really much needed feel-good story in the current climate. And they're so sweet protecting that German shepherd.
I don't know, but when I see a video like that, I'm so emotional because obviously I own 2 dogs and I think that whatever happens, I'm sure they'll make their way home. I think I saw a little Jack Russell in that pack and I have one of them. They're a smart breed. But Michael, we're going to move on to your story, and it's actually about another animal rescue, but this time it's about a humpback whale, and this whale's in Germany.
So the northern coast of Germany, in fact, in the Baltic Sea, they have a stranded 10-foot long, 30-meter long humpback whale that is fortunately still breathing, making sounds, occasionally lifting its head, but it's drifted into the water and now it can't get out. Boats from the Coast Guard and the fire department, they've been passing by trying to create enough waves so maybe that would help push the mammal back into deeper water. That hasn't happened. Now, as you can imagine, a humpback whale is going to weigh several tons, and that makes it incredibly difficult and challenging if they were to try to put ropes around it and maybe pull it. They can't do that. They feel that if the whale can't get off the beach, it's going to be a death sentence. Now, they also assume that it's a male not because they're dumber, but because unlike females, the males do tend to migrate. And they're hopeful that at some point they're going to be able to figure out a way. Now, the AP has just reported this morning, but they're hoping that, there will be enough water that does rise and hopefully allows the humpback whale to make it back into deeper waters. Now, I say all of that, and I want to give Sarah an opportunity to headline both her story and my story because she did it so well.
So obviously, when we were discussing this, mine was, linked to the film Homeward Bound. If you haven't seen it, you must watch it, about the big animals getting back to their owners. And so Michael's, of course, is Free Willy, which is a beautiful film and has a happy ending. I don't want to give away the ending to anyone who hasn't seen that. But guys, that story is incredible. And I just can't help thinking, with everything we've discussed today, how can we go to war, have invented nuclear weapons, have invented artificial intelligence, and we haven't found a way to save the whales? How? How's that possible?
I have no idea, but I've actually never thought of that till now, and it's a good thought. I think that could be next on the agenda if Donald Trump wants to save the whales. But thank you so much to our guest today, Washington correspondent Sarah Firth and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. It's great to have you both on with me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll see you soon. Goodbye, and thank you so much for joining.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English, broadcasting from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as Iran launches waves of missile attacks on Israel, we get the latest on the violence on the ground, and we also ask what dialogue has been taking place behind the scenes. We'll find out more about reports that Pakistan is positioning itself as the lead mediator to broker an end to the war. Plus, Israel's defense minister says his country will occupy a large swathe of southern Lebanon. We'll get the latest on the humanitarian situation that the violence has unleashed there. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the war in Iran, and conflicting reports are emerging over whether Tehran and Washington have been holding talks now nearly a month into the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Well, Iranian officials deny any discussions have taken place. That's despite President Donald Trump claiming that talks have been held aimed at ending the war. Well, Israeli sources, however, say that contacts did happen, with Iran's foreign minister said to have secretly informed the US envoy Steve Witkoff that the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, approved talks and a potential deal. Well, Mick Mulroy is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East who served under President Trump. He joins us now from Montana. Mick, always a pleasure having you on the programme. I'd like to start by asking you about where you think we are with regards to negotiations, dialogue. President Trump writing on Truth Social yesterday that the US and Iran have held, quote, very good and productive conversations about what he called a complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East. And then we had Iran coming out saying none of that happened. And I just wondered what you make of this discrepancy.
So certainly it is a discrepancy, Tom. I think ultimately what we have here is the president did a 48-hour deadline for the United States to start targeting their energy infrastructure. And Iran responded with a list of targets they would do to our partners and allies in the region, which of course could be not only significant and cause a humanitarian issue in those countries, because the desalinization part, of course, requires power and could be hit, and also because they could hit the oil and gas infrastructure, which would cause the price of energy around the world to go up even further. And I think that might have been one of the reasons why the president extended the 48-hour deadline to a 5-day deadline, but also the reason why he's talking about these diplomatic back-channel engagements. The fact that Iran is denying it, of course, doesn't bode well for it happening. But we've also heard other countries like Pakistan and the UK at least reference that they know that there is an exchange going on. So I think we should all hope that that is in fact the case and that this could go down the diplomatic path, because it's clear from all the mobilizations and deployments of U.S. military to the region right now that the other path looks like escalation.
Right, and we've been given as well to understand by the White House that Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner are dealing with a certain individual who was described as being the most respected and the leader in Iran. And I'm just wondering, who do you think we're talking about here?
So the speculation is that it's Ghalibaf, who is the Speaker of the Iranian parliament. He's also the former IRGC commander. So he is a very hardline, historically tied to the revolution, a veteran of the Iran-Iraq war, very well known and respected inside of the Iranian regime. And he was elected. He's the speaker of the parliament. So he is certainly somebody with legitimacy inside the regime, but he's also known as somewhat of a pragmatist for the type of people that are in the IRGC, at least. So he might be the person to deal with. It's unclear if that's who the president's referring to, but it's quite possible that it is.
And when it comes to dealing with him, are we talking about just in the context of negotiations, or could this be Iran's equivalent of Venezuela's Delcy Rodriguez, i.e. someone from within the power structure with whom the United States can do business?
So I think that's what President Trump's looking for. He's referenced the Venezuela operation as it relates to Iran multiple times, obviously two different countries, two different scenarios entirely, but he seems comfortable with removing the head of the regime, which has already been done, of course, in this case, and then dealing with the remnants. And this is certainly, he would be somebody that not only could do this, but would have the ability, of course, to actually agree to something that would carry forward. Because the other issue is the United States doesn't actually know, if we're talking to somebody, if they have the authority, not just the willingness, so the actual authority to carry out any agreement they would have with the United States. That's going to be key to any diplomatic negotiations. Ghalibaf, I think, would fall into that category because of his long-standing historical ties to the revolution and the IRGC. So I think that's likely the individual, but as you mentioned, we don't know. They were not named.
Okay, we're given to understand that Iran has inflicted quite serious damage on quite a lot of targets within Israel. And I'm wondering whether you think, to some extent, the United States and Israel significantly underestimated the potential response, the firepower that Iran had in store.
I think there's facts that indicate that to be the case, not just with the ballistic missile strikes, but striking our partners and allies in the region directly into their civilian infrastructure, including hotels, high-rise apartments. I think we expected them to attack the U.S. presence on military installations, but not the actual civilian infrastructures of those countries. Second, I would say it's clear that we didn't expect this level of control of the Strait of Hormuz, or it was likely we would have surged these two Marine Expeditionary Units to the Middle East a while ago, potentially before or immediately after the air war started. The fact that it took this long and we had to shift from another area like the Indo-Pacific for the 31st view indicates to me that we didn't expect this. And then directly to your point of your question, it doesn't matter how good your air and missile defense system, eventually some are going to get through, especially when Iran starts using things like cluster munitions. So they come in as one intact munition, and then right before impact, they open up, and then you have to deal with multiple devices coming in, munitions coming in. And that's what I think is causing a lot of these damages. And of course, ultimately, we're going to run short of interceptors, which is a big issue, not only for Israel, but for all the Gulf countries, which are very concerned about that.
Right. And in terms of what the United States and Israel have achieved so far, obviously the supreme leader was killed fairly close to the start of this conflict. I mean, has that brought about any change, do you think, within Iran? Or do you think perhaps it's arguably made Iran even more hardline?
Well, there's two parts to it. So there's the direct military efforts, the objectives of reducing the ballistic missile capability, their ambitions to get a nuclear weapon, their industrial base, of course, to make more ballistic missiles and suicide drones, and their military writ large, especially their naval force, has been decimated. So they have less of a capacity to actually destabilize the Middle East and attack their neighbors. They will never have zero capacity to do that, but they have much less. So I think that would be a positive. But to the other part of your question, Tom, we've essentially eliminated the old supreme leader who had a fatwa that said that they would not acquire a nuclear weapon. That fatwa died with him. And now all these IRGC leaders, have ascended to power. And many of them have always been pushing for Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. So the intent might have gone up substantially to get to that point. But of course, the United States and Israel are going to militarily attempt to see it doesn't happen. So we might have a more hostile regime that has been defanged somewhat. So I guess there's two parts to it. One's positive, one is not.
Right. So ultimately, some of the objectives of this conflict might, in fact, backfire to some extent on the United States and Israel. And I'm wondering whether you think that translates into some political blowback for President Trump. How is this playing out politically in the U.S.?
So the war is not supported by the majority of the population in the United States. It's not overwhelming. And quite frankly, those who seem to be against wars in the Middle East, in fact, that was with the platform that President Trump ran on, are now apparently for this war in Iran, which is somewhat perplexing. But I do think the longer it goes on, especially when it comes to the economic impact that will be felt in the United States as well as around the world, energy prices go up, everything goes up in cost, will have an impact. So that's for the White House, they have to balance that. For the Pentagon, they just focus on the military objectives. So the White House is going to have to look at that. And that's why I think there is a clear understanding that they would like to get to a diplomatic settlement. But if that's not the case, it's also clear from the deployment of these Marine expeditionary units, also the activation of the immediate response force brigade inside the 82nd Airborne Division, that this could go substantially escalatory. And that is, I guess, where we are. We're in a crossroads. It could go diplomatically, or we could actually see the insertion of ground forces, which would be a substantial escalatory step. It might end with the Iranians deciding to completely sea mine the Strait of Hormuz, which would then, of course, take months to clear. There's a lot of ways this could go based on the insertion of U.S. ground forces, and most all will not be good when it comes to those that want to see an end to this conflict.
Okay. I mean, obviously, as we were saying at the beginning, efforts, we believe, are underway to try to bring about a negotiated end to this conflict. And I'm wondering whether you think somehow a ceasefire in Lebanon could be packaged up with a deal to end the US-Israel Iran war. What do you think?
I think the United States would push for that if they think it would get the overall deal to be more conciliatory toward our demands. The question is whether Israel will go along with it. I believe, and this is speculation, of course, that Israel would go along with a ceasefire against Iran. But the question is, Israel now believes that the government in Lebanon, even if they have the right intention, has no ability to control Hezbollah. Either keep them north of the Litani River, which is required by UN resolution and a ceasefire, or disarm them, which is also required by the ceasefire. So they are clearly looking to occupy the southern part of Lebanon to prevent them from being a threat to the northern part of Israel. And that's going to be something that the U.S. is going to have to work with them. I don't know if Iran will make that a requirement for a ceasefire in the overall war, epic fury, if you will, the operation against Iran. But we'll have to see, because it would certainly complicate the negotiations.
Right, and it's a confusing picture there as well, because we've got the Israeli Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, saying that Israel should annex southern Lebanon all the way up to the Litani River. And we've got the Defense Minister of Israel, Israel Katz, saying that the Israeli military will occupy all of that southern area, about a tenth of Lebanese territory. And I'm just wondering whether you think if such an arrangement was made, I mean, would it be permanent potentially?
Well, permanent, I don't know, but obviously it wouldn't be, I don't think it would be recognized by the international community. So it might be an occupation that is persistent and long term, but permanent to me would be a complete legalized annexation. And I don't see that happening, but this is certainly going to be a complicating factor. The two individuals you referenced, of course, are some of the most far right in Prime Minister Netanyahu's administration. And they often say things like this, especially Smotrich, including in the West Bank. But it ultimately comes down to Prime Minister Netanyahu and whether he's willing to work with the United States to end the operation known as Epic Fury, the war in Iran, which could include compromises on Lebanon. It's just unclear if that's going to be the case. And of course, like we started this discussion, it's unclear if Iran's even going to show up in Pakistan, if that's where these negotiations are destined to take place.
Right, and we've heard from Israel urging the Lebanese government to take what they call practical and significant steps against Hezbollah. But I mean, clearly that's going to be rather difficult at this particular juncture. But do you see a situation in which perhaps the Lebanese armed forces and Israel somehow team up to tackle the Hezbollah threat?
I think that would be the best for the people of Lebanon, quite frankly. It would give the support it needed to the Lebanese forces to actually tackle Hezbollah. It's a difficult military task. And then the Lebanese army would be at least in part responsible for liberating, in my estimation, Lebanon from the grips of Iranian influence, because that is essentially what Hezbollah is. Hezbollah started in the early 80s. It was founded by the efforts of the IRGC. So it is clearly the proxy force of choice of the Iranian regime, and it has done nothing but bring terrible destruction to Lebanon, and it's not in the interest of the Lebanese people going forward. So we'll have to see if they work together, but that might be the best way to deal with this. It's unclear whether the Lebanese armed forces are willing to do so if tasked.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Mick Mulroy, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Now, General Dana Pittard is a retired Major General for the U.S. Army who also served as Joint Force Land Component Commander in Iraq. He joins us from Indianapolis. General Pittard, thank you for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. It's been reported that Israel's carried out another large wave of strikes in central Tehran. They say they've been targeting key command centers. I'd just like to start by asking you, how much damage have Israel and the United States managed to inflict on Iran, and what does that change?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I think quite a bit of damage has been inflicted on Iranian military capabilities. Their ballistic missiles have been significantly degraded. Their navy has been significantly degraded, and much of their drone capability is significantly degraded. However, Iran still maintains a lot of military capability. Also, command and control. Their command and control has been more decentralized now after the initial strikes by both Israel and the U.S. But Iran is still capable of firing both missiles and drones and closing the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, and obviously Iran's supreme leader has been killed and subsequently replaced. And I just want to ask you whether you think Washington thought that would bring about more changes than it actually did.
Yeah, that's puzzling because many of us who've studied and looked at Iran over the decades realize that the Iranian regime was very deep as far as their leadership bench. And to try to conduct what was conducted in Venezuela, where you take away, President Maduro of Venezuela, and you try to do the same thing with Supreme Leader, that would change things with Iran, a 90 million plus population country. It's kind of puzzling. I would have hoped that the U.S. would have thought a little bit more about that.
Sure. I mean, there is an argument, isn't there, that the leadership in Iran, if it hasn't already, is going to become more hardline as a result of what's happened the last couple of weeks. Do you subscribe to that?
I concur.
You think that's a likely outcome?
Well, I think that they already are much more hardline. If it in fact is the Supreme Leader, Khamenei's son, then I'm sure he's bitter. His father was killed, and relatives were killed. And then some of the IRGC and the military who appear to be in charge, again, more hardlined. That certainly isn't the result the U.S. was looking for.
Right, and I'm also noting that, I mean, quite significant damage has been inflicted on Israel in the last 48 hours in particular. And I wonder whether you think perhaps Israel and the United States underestimated Iran's military capability.
I think in some ways, I mean, their capability was known, but I think just the sheer number of Shahed drones probably was not known. For whatever reason, the closing of the Strait of Hormuz seems to have been a surprise when, in fact, we know that's been a part of Iran's strategy if there is a war for decades. And I think also the range of the ballistic missiles that were fired at Diego Garcia, 4,000 kilometers, was also a surprise to both the U.S. and Israel.
I mean, are you surprised there's as much surprise as there has been? I mean, doesn't that suggest that perhaps this was rather rushed, that perhaps inadequate planning was done ahead of time?
I concur. If you compare this to other operations in the region, let's say Desert Storm, well over 40 nations were involved in that, and a coalition was put together. For the invasion of Iraq in 2003, over 30 nations were part of that coalition. And in this case, the U.S. really didn't do that. The U.S. didn't really talk to its allies, either in the Gulf region or in Europe and other places in Asia, to get their backing before doing this. So it was only the U.S. and Israel. And then once there was an issue with the Strait of Hormuz, then the U.S. asking Europe now and other nations to help. I understand why the other nations are not helping, because they weren't asked beforehand. The hard diplomatic work before this attack on Iran just was not done.
Okay. I also want to ask you whether you think the United States has adequate resources in the Middle East to continue and to bring about some sort of a conclusion, or do you think more resources, significantly more resources, are going to have to be deployed?
I think it depends. It depends still on the objective, which wasn't altogether clear. I mean, if the objective was regime change, then a lot more resources will need to go into the region. However, if the objective is to reduce Iran's military capability, a lot of that is happening now, and ensuring that Iran is not a threat to its neighbors in the near future, then the resources that are there now is probably enough to do that.
Okay. President Trump has obviously had second thoughts about the planned strikes on Iran's energy facilities. He says he's postponing that plan for 5 days. What do you think about that plan to postpone the attacks? Do you think perhaps what Iran threatened to do by way of retaliation in such circumstances perhaps provoked President Trump to have a rethink?
I'm not sure if it's that, or the fact that President Trump wants to give Iran more time to see, do they really want to go that far? If they want to go that far and it's completely all-out war, then so be it. But I think President Trump is trying to give Iran an out, if possible.
Okay, well, they seem to be saying that President Trump is the one looking for the out at this stage.
In some ways, he might be, both politically back in the United States on the domestic side, and certainly economically, if you look at the price of oil and other things like that. But I think in this particular case, President Trump is trying to give the Iranians time to really think about, do they really want to go that far?
I'm wondering how much blowback there's been from all of this in the United States for the Trump administration. I mean, are you hearing from military contacts and former colleagues of yours, from the political establishment in the United States, that perhaps there is a growing sense of frustration, exasperation, perhaps, at how things are heading, where things are heading?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the elements of power, that's political, diplomatic, information, military, economic, only in the military area would you give this operation, incursion, war any high marks. Politically, it wasn't explained to the American people or to the American people's representatives in Congress. Diplomatically, the U.S. did not get a coalition of nations behind it. Informationally, different messages being sent as far as why the U.S. is there. So it didn't do well there. And economically, not understanding the economic consequences of the actions, such as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That should not be a surprise overall. So yes, there are those back in the States, former colleagues who are scratching their heads and wondering, why wasn't that thought out more? And the U.S., the population itself, if you go by the polls, usually when you start a war, at the beginning of the war, presidents become very, very popular. In this case, it's the opposite for President Trump. His poll ratings have gone down. So that really doesn't have a modern equivalent unless you go back to the Vietnam War.
Okay. So there's a lot of focus at the moment on potential dialogue to de-escalate the situation. There's talk of Pakistan facilitating that dialogue. Do you think there has to be a pause in the hostilities, though, for any dialogue to start to gather momentum?
I think that's what certainly Iran wants. What I personally believe is that regardless of how we got into this war and why, it must be finished properly. Iran cannot be allowed to be a threat to its neighbors. So until that objective is reached, would not recommend a ceasefire.
Okay, and President Trump is saying that talks have, in fact, already been taking place. Talks, he said, that were about a complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East. And then Iran said that's not true. None of that happened. In fact, they went even further and said that that sort of narrative was merely an attempt to, diffuse concerns on the financial markets. What do you make of this massive discrepancy between what Washington is saying about dialogue and what Tehran is saying about dialogue?
I think it's the type of dialogue and to who, because the Iranian leadership has been decentralized. And obviously the U.S. is talking to one element. But those elements within the Iranian leadership aren't necessarily talking right now because they know if they use electronics or anything else that they might be detected and then killed. So it is understandable if the Iranian leadership doesn't know what one side is doing to the other. And also in the U.S., picking one person to talk to isn't necessarily the entire Iranian leadership. So I think in this case, both could be right.
Yeah, I mean, what we're told by the Trump administration is that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner had been, quote, dealing with the man who we believe is the most respected and the leader. I mean, a lot of speculation. Who is the man? Who are they talking about here?
Not sure. Ideally, we'll see who that is in the next couple of days.
Okay. Do you believe that as part of any eventual dialogue or dialogue that's already started, a ceasefire in Lebanon could somehow be packaged up with an agreement on ending the war between the US, Israel and Iran?
I mean, it could be, but Hezbollah firing missiles into Israel is unacceptable. So Israel defending itself and now possibly moving in to create another buffer zone may be the result of that. But Hezbollah has got to stop firing at Israel.
We heard from the Israeli defense minister that Israel is soon going to occupy southern Lebanon as far north as the Litani River. They're talking about a swathe of territory that represents about 10% of Lebanese territory. Would that be a permanent arrangement? And do you see the United States endorsing Israel's bid to take hold of that territory?
Well, that is a lot of territory, but there is precedence where the Israelis have done that before and created a buffer zone. I would hope that that's only temporary until a ceasefire or peace negotiations can start, and then the Israeli forces can withdraw. but there must be guarantees to Israel that Hezbollah will be firing missiles at northern Israel.
And what is the definition of a, quote, defensive buffer? What does that concretely mean?
Well, in the past, there was the Lebanese army that was kind of between Israel and Hezbollah at one time. There could also be more of a stake for the UN forces that could be part of that buffer zone, but would allow Israel some peace in the north and Lebanese some peace in southern Lebanon, ideally. But Hezbollah firing because Israel attacked Iran, I understand that because Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran, but Hezbollah's got to stop doing that because that will eventually destroy southern Lebanon and even other parts of Lebanon.
And just to wrap up this discussion, General Pittard, where are we in the conflict? What's your hunch? Does it look to you like we're in the early stages of a long, drawn-out conflict, or are we in the final stages of what would ultimately turn out to be a few weeks' worth of conflict? Where do you think we are?
Well, as I've said before, wars are easy to start. They are hard to end on the terms that you want overall. I think it depends. I think now President Trump and the U.S. would like an off-ramp in some ways, but it takes two, or in this case, three, Israel included. But if Iran says, no, I'm not going to stop firing missiles back at you, then that could be a problem. I think this war will not be much longer. So we'll see what happens with these negotiations.
Okay, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. General Dana Pittard, retired Major General for the U.S. Army. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, as the US-Israel war on Iran enters its fourth week, Pakistan is emerging as a potential mediator, with reports pointing to Islamabad's growing role to ease the tensions between Washington and Tehran and prevent a wider conflict. Well, a summit is now reported to be on the cards in Islamabad. The US Vice President J.D. Vance and the Speaker of Iran's parliament are tipped to attend that. Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Bakr Atiani, who is the editor-in-chief of Independent Urdu, who joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Atiani. Pakistan seems to be positioning itself to be a lead mediator to try and broker an end to this war. Just tell us how this has come about.
So what we know so far, that there are indirect diplomatic channels that have been opened between Tehran and the United States. Apparently, Islamabad is the facilitator here. We cannot say for sure they are a mediator at this stage, but something is happening behind the scene between Islamabad is the country that is going in between Tehran and the United States mainly, and apparently it has all the support of main Muslim countries' capitals, including Saudi Arabia and Ankara.
Okay, I know that clearly at this stage there's not a lot of clear information. We're dealing with a certain amount of speculation and a report from the Financial Times, but it is being reported that direct talks could be held in Islamabad as soon as this week. Does that tally with what you're hearing?
So, yeah, we've been hearing the same reports, but just like an hour ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson in Islamabad said that Pakistan is engaged in diplomatic solutions, but it won't be able to comment because such kind of a process often require kind of a discretion. So Islamabad is confirming that it's engaged in kind of facilitation between the United States and Iran. At the same time, it says that such kind of diplomacy require at this stage kind of discretion.
Sure. It is also being reported that the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, has been speaking to the Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. I'm just wondering whether Islamabad is perceived by both sides as being a neutral party here.
I believe so, because Islamabad has good relations with Tehran, strong relations with Saudi Arabia, and open channels with the United States. So I think Pakistan can be an ideal facilitator at this stage. Before maybe we will be talking later about official engagements or a mediator player, but certainly its relations with the main, I would say, parties player here. I believe entitled Islamabad to be a low key profile facilitator, yet I would say trusted and having good contacts with all the parties.
I mean, supposing Pakistan were able to broker an end to this conflict, what would that mean for Pakistan's standing internationally, do you think?
Certainly, Pakistan is, while it's facilitating, it's trying to reposition itself regionally and globally. If Pakistan being able to make this breakthrough between United States and Tehran, this is something that would certainly bring Pakistan as one of the main players in international politics and regional politics.
Sure. I mean, what do you think there is to negotiate? I mean, when the two sides sit down, we don't know exactly who's going to be on either side of the table at this stage. But do you suppose that the two sides would pick up roughly where things left off when Oman was brokering the talks?
Well, at this stage, we don't have really any information, but if there are indirect talks at this stage, which apparently yes, it's taking place, so it is happening certainly under pressure, no trust between both sides. So ceasefire might be the first thing that both parties should begin to discuss.
Right. So you're saying that for conversations to be happening, there has to be a cessation of hostilities. Is that how you'd imagine things would pan out?
Yeah, I believe so. So if it is a pressure-based talks or negotiations at this stage, it's not a trust-based one. So to achieve a kind of a certain level of trust, there have to be some kind of trust or confidence-building measures. This could be, I suppose, could be by both sides agreeing on a ceasefire.
Given that where things left off when Oman was brokering the talks, I mean, would you describe the level of trust that exists between the two sides as being at absolute zero, rock bottom, would you say?
Well, I think the trust is missing here from both sides, mainly the Iranian side. Certainly, they do not trust President Trump's statements. They have been attacked twice while they were negotiating. But certainly they are at the same time, they are exploring opportunities, windows towards maybe a ceasefire, maybe to start the negotiations from where it ended in Muscat before this war started.
I'd like to ask you what you read into the incredible discrepancy that exists in terms of the narrative surrounding these negotiations. On the one hand, we had President Trump on Monday saying, quote, the US and Iran have had very good and productive conversations about the complete and total resolution of hostilities in the Middle East. And then we had Iran saying none of that actually happened. What do you read into this?
Well, I think that's, I believe, something normal, natural. When there are backdoor channels active, working, politicians usually deny. Interestingly, the Iranian embassy in Islamabad a while ago said that there are certain there are kind of indirect contacts. The backdoor channels are open. So there are, even from the Iranian side, there are contradicting statements coming. Iran usually has two types of speeches to give, one for its own people to the internal consumption, and one to the world. So certainly the statement towards the inside in Iran is a denial, and that Iran is not interested at this stage in negotiations, while giving signals to the international community that Iran is ready for a dialogue, or to initiate a kind of a talk or a discussions towards ending this conflict.
And one of the things we've heard out of Washington is that Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner will once again be very present in this whole process of discussions with the Iranians. And it's being said by the White House that they have been dealing with the man who is the most respected and the leader. Do you have any sort of reading as to who that man they're talking about might actually be?
Well, I myself not know, but I believe in Iran, if at all someone will be authorized to negotiate or to talk, this has to come from the Supreme, approved, and to come from the Supreme leader, not from Washington or maybe Tel Aviv.
Okay, so that's who that top Iranian official could be. Do you think the United States is looking here for its own sort of Delcy Rodriguez type figure within the Iranian leadership? Because there was, of course, all of this talk about the Venezuela model a few months ago. I know a lot of people have said that Venezuela is not applicable here. It's a very different set of circumstances. But do you think that in identifying that individual as being a key person to talk to, that's what the US is trying to achieve?
Well, if they actually plan this, then I doubt it. I'm not sure if they will be able to achieve a model like this in Iran. Iran is more complicated, and we've seen it during this war. It's more than 3 weeks now, and still, despite they have lost a lot of their leaders, still they have a political stand, a political speech. Militarily, they are still being able to retaliate. So I think Iran is more different, I would say, than we want really to apply the same like what happened in Venezuela. Totally different.
Okay, and just lastly,
different regions.
Okay. Just lastly, Bakr, I mean, let's go back to that, what we were saying at the beginning about this possible summit in Islamabad that could be on the cards. Just to wrap up this conversation, how do you rate the chances of that forum delivering results and bringing about an end to this conflict?
Well, I think from the statements coming from Islamabad, I gather that Pakistan is active. At this stage, it's facilitating, and this role of a mediator could actually materialize into kind of a role of mediator in the future. But a summit in Islamabad, nothing has been confirmed yet by officials in Pakistan or even Tehran or the United States. What we know so far, there are signals that Pakistan is engaged. Yes, Pakistan apparently is engaged. And as I said, at a facilitator level at this stage, and Pakistan may be keeping it low profile because if this actually fails, Pakistan has no commitment toward that. And if this actually works, then Pakistan certainly would then own it and take the credit.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Bakr Atiani, Editor-in-Chief of Independent Urdu. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Meanwhile, in Lebanon, Israeli strikes have intensified in the capital Beirut. Well, one strike hit a residential apartment in Beshamoun, killing at least 2 people. That's according to an initial toll from Lebanon's health ministry. Well, the strike came without warning and hit an area outside of Beirut's southern suburbs. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Hashim Mosaidan, who is a spokesperson for the ICRC, who joins us from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much for being with us once again, Hashim. I just want to ask you, first of all, about a warning issued by the president of the ICRC. She's warning of, quote, irreversible and catastrophic consequences of this ongoing conflict, and says that the Middle East is a step towards a point of no return. I just wondered what you read into that. What are the specific dangers that she's referring to?
I mean, when essential services are hit, what's really hit is the backbone of civilian life. When a power plant is hit, hospitals and medical facilities lose electricity. When water infrastructure is hit, communities suffer health consequences and disease outbreaks. So there's a chain reaction that happens when essential infrastructure is impacted that goes well beyond the precise moment of a specific strike. And these are the kind of consequences and reverberations that we are really warning about as the ICRC.
Okay. And with regards to Lebanon, that we are obviously keeping a very close eye on, there's been widespread destruction across the south of the country, also in parts of Beirut. It's reported more than 1,000 people have been killed, more than 1 million people displaced. I just wondered, what's the latest your teams on the ground in Lebanon are telling you about the level of violence there right now?
In Lebanon, we're looking at a humanitarian emergency. I mean, the country is facing one of its largest waves of internal displacement in recent years. We continue to see loss of life. Large-scale evacuation orders are shrinking the sense of safety that civilians have. Many don't know if they will return home, and if they return home, they don't know what they're going to find. And this comes on top of the cumulative impacts of years of crisis in Lebanon. Essential infrastructure is strained, healthcare services are also strained. So the scale of the crisis is stark. And humanitarian actors have to respond at a time when they have reduced resources as well.
And let's talk about that 1 million people who are displaced. Well, more than 1 million, we believe now. I mean, what does that mean for Lebanon and sort of the fabric of society there?
Lebanon is a small country, so when we're talking about more than 1 million, we're talking about around more than 1 in 5 people. The shelters are available, but the numbers are so huge that people are sheltering in the streets. They're seeking shelter in schools, sports stadiums, roundabouts. Beirut, in many parts, looks like an open-air encampment. People have pitched tents. They're sleeping under the rain. The sound of thunder keeps them up all night. So we're really talking about an immense strain on the city, on people. And beyond the numbers, every single displaced person is also a story. They have lives. These are people who only weeks ago were attending to their gardens, or planning home improvements, or going about buying groceries. And they now face a complete disruption of everyday life, living in the streets, living in shelters, trying to, secure the essentials for themselves and their families.
And indeed, I'm wondering whether securing the essentials you're mentioning there is starting to get increasingly difficult. Are there shortages of supplies?
We're not seeing immediate shortages, but we know that the needs are present. The needs are diverse: food, essential supplies, medical supplies, water, medicine. At the ICRC, we're doing everything we can to support civilians. We are providing distributions of essential items to the displaced. We are providing medical items, consumables, war-wounded kids to hospitals that are treating those with conflict-related injuries. We are supporting access to water and essential services. And we do this work not just in Beirut, we do this in the Bekaa Valley and also in southern Lebanon, where we are supporting hospitals in Tibnin and in Marjayoun that are really some of the last sanctuaries of life for civilians.
Okay, and one of the shortages that I was reading about relates to oxygen cylinders, which are obviously important in a medical context. I mean, tell us a bit about that and what other shortages you're noting there at the ICRC.
Well, we've been supporting some medical facilities with oxygen cylinders. And at the ICRC, we have pre-positioned stock. So a part of our preparedness and a part of our readiness is to make sure that we have stocks of items and consumables that are available to be deployed when needed, and so that the population can continue to receive the support that they need.
Okay. I'm just wondering about the existing medical infrastructure in Lebanon, because, of course, the country's been through a lot these last 7 or 8 years in particular. Have they got infrastructure that the ICRC can work with, and have they got the right levels of equipment and medications and so on there?
Well, when it comes to the situation of hospitals, we also need to look at where are these hospitals operating. In areas that are impacted by evacuation orders, for example, hospitals have had to evacuate the wounded, and they've had to evacuate medical equipment. And not all hospitals were able to do that. So here we definitely see concerns for infrastructure and for the ability of these hospitals to operate. And then in the hospitals that are not directly impacted by evacuation orders, these are hospitals that have to then absorb the influx of the war wounded, and they have to absorb an influx of patients as well as the displaced, while continuing to also provide treatment to people with chronic illnesses and with people who require daily care. So there is no infrastructure that is initially designed to have a perfect response. But hospitals in Lebanon are doing everything that they can, and humanitarian actors like the ICRC are also doing everything they can to ensure that the support is available so that people can get the care that they need.
And Hashim, you just mentioned the evacuation orders, and I wanted to ask you about this specifically and what kind of level of dialogue exists between the ICRC and the Israelis so that your teams are given adequate warning if a strike is imminent. How would you describe the level of dialogue?
Well, to be clear, the ICRC doesn't receive advance warning ahead of any strike. The way that we work in Lebanon is the same way that we work in all contexts that are affected by armed conflict. And we have a coordination mechanism in place. A part of this coordination mechanism is that when the ICRC wants to embark on any kind of mission to a critical area, we make sure that we notify all parties, not just one side, that there's some place that we intend to go, and this is the activity that we intend to carry out. And more often than not, we don't do anything unless we receive green light from all parties. Now, even with the existence of a coordination mechanism, we have to be clear that that is not a safety guarantee. What we have learned from the past and from many conflicts in the past, that even when coordination exists and that even when green light exists, threats continue to exist as well. And so there are dangers that humanitarian actors are very tragically having to absorb at this stage in order to carry out their work.
Okay, so you're saying mechanisms exist to mitigate the risks. But let's face the facts. 120 children have been killed, 80 women have been killed, 40 medical personnel have been killed, all there in Lebanon, all in the course of the last 3 weeks. I mean, do you see that we could reach a point where it's simply too dangerous for organizations like the ICRC to operate there?
The ICRC has decades of experience working on the front lines of some of the most difficult conflicts. We are often one of the organizations that's first on the ground, but we're also one of the last to leave. And that's because our priority is always proximity to the civilian population. We will continue to work and operate under the assumption and the conviction that we can continue to support people. And as long as we believe that the ICRC can do something to support the civilian population, we are very unlikely to scale back operations.
Okay, Hashim, and I mean, I know you mentioned that evacuation orders are issued, but not everyone can follow them, can they? There will be people who are too old, too infirm, maybe people who are simply so jaded by the experience of relocating because they've had to do it so many times. Is there any scope for help reaching people like that, people who have decided that against the risks they're going to stay in their homes?
I mean, to your previous point and to our previous point about also the ICRC staying in places that are very dangerous, ICRC teams are currently operating in southern Lebanon. They are in Tibnin helping a hospital there. They are in Marjayoun. And so humanitarian actors are going to do everything that they can to also maintain this proximity to populations in southern Lebanon that require help. We know that there are still people in the south. Those people include the elderly. They include the sick. Some of these people might have been displaced before and are now faced with the very heartbreaking decision of, do we stay and risk our lives, or do we leave our homes towards the unknown? What's very important to remind of right now is that these civilians, whether they stay or leave, are protected under international humanitarian law. Even if civilians stay in southern Lebanon, and even if an evacuation order is issued, their protection under international humanitarian law does not go away. And so it's very important to remind of that obligation as well.
Okay. As we bring this conversation to a conclusion, I mean, I'm just curious to know if there's a scale by which organizations like the ICRC classify a humanitarian crisis. And if so, as things currently stand, where are we on that scale?
Lebanon is, as I mentioned, in a humanitarian emergency. I don't think right now the talk of scale is what's at the heart of the conversation. What we should really be trying to focus on is how can we prevent things from getting worse. We hope to never find out the scale that this humanitarian crisis can reach. I mean, already in less than a month, the level of human suffering is already staggering. We have more than 1 million displaced, hundreds killed, infrastructure is damaged, and the consequences of a conflict like this do not stop when the conflict itself ends. We have seen that in Lebanon, but we have also seen that in other parts of the world. When infrastructure is damaged and destroyed, there is a consequence and there is a price that continues to be paid even after the hostilities end. Civilians in places like Syria are still paying the price of the impact of hostilities on water infrastructure and electricity networks. So to avert a larger humanitarian crisis and to avert a humanitarian crisis that could be irreversible, the parties need to de-escalate and they need to respect the rules of war and the conduct of hostilities.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Hashim Osseira, spokesperson for the ICRC. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
from threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war. The deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So is President Trump backing down, or is Iran capitulating? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. On Friday, President Trump said he was considering winding down his war on Iran. On Saturday, he threatened to completely obliterate Iran's power plants if it didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours. And then on Monday, as that deadline was fast approaching, he revealed the two countries had been in talks about ending the whole thing.
We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly.
It's quite an extreme policy shift over just 4 days. So what exactly is going on? And could it have something to do with this dire warning from the head of the International Energy Agency?
Many of us remember the two consecutive oil crises in 1970s, 1973 and 1979. In each of the crises, the world has lost about 5 million barrels per day. Both of them together 10 million barrels per day. Only as of today, we lost 11 million barrels per day. So more than 2 major oil shocks put together.
On this episode, we'll ask, is President Trump looking for an Iran war off-ramp? If so, has he achieved his objectives, or is the region worse off? And would calling time on the conflict now leave Gulf allies exposed? Joining us for this discussion is George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute and author of Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. Dr. Danya Thaffa is joining us, a political scientist and director of the Gulf International Forum. And rounding out our panel is Arash Azizi, lecturer at Yale University and author of What Iranians Want, Women, Life, Freedom. To all of our panellists, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, has President Trump blinked? Just a few days ago, he issued an ultimatum to Iran. Open the Strait of Hormuz or we'll destroy your energy infrastructure. Iran responded, not by backing down, though, but by upping the ante, saying it would target all energy infrastructure in the region. President Trump also recently said he wasn't interested in negotiating a ceasefire. Now we hear talks are underway. So, Arash, let's start with you. Is this a sign that President Trump is scrambling for some sort of an off-ramp?
I think President Trump is trying to find an end to the campaign, for sure. But, you know, I'm not sure it's sort of just a scrambling for an off-ramp, but that what he's always wanted from his first term to now has been a regime in Iran that he can make a deal with. He doesn't care if this regime is democratic. He doesn't care, you know, which Ayatollah is in power. What he cares is that it's a constellation of power in Tehran that can deal with him, that can play ball with him on a few of his things, on a few of his demands. And I think he now judges that there might be just such an administration in Iran. I think there's much evidence, despite the fact that Mr. Ghalibaf has denied it, that there has been some talks between two sides. I think Ghalibaf and Trump are two people who can get along in many ways. And I think that's what the president is angling for. I mean, there might have been also some maneuver to calm the oil markets. They might have, and there is a lot of Trumpian stuff in there. But I think ultimately he's just, getting what he's angling to get what he wants, what he's always wanted for like a decade.
Mm-hmm. George, what do you think? Is this a sign that the president is willing to be the one who's backing down, or is it Iran who is capitulating under 4 weeks now of pressure?
Well, I don't think that Iran is capitulating, because I think this war has not gone badly for Iran. Iran has accomplished what it set out to do when Israel and the United States launched their attacks. Iran prevails as long as it is not defeated, and Iran prevails as long as it raises the cost to the United States. And the costs to the United States are a world economy that is on the brink of collapsing into a global recession. We're now talking about an oil crisis on the scale that we haven't seen since the 1970s. So I don't think Iran is the one that's losing. Trump, I think, embarked on this venture probably against his better judgment, but we don't yet know, because he had been persuaded by Bibi Netanyahu that an easy victory was possible in Iran, that somehow, Trump had a number of quite easy victories over Iran in the past. He had assassinated General Soleimani. There were no repercussions. The 12-day war, there were no repercussions. And I think he probably felt Iran is a paper tiger. This should be pretty easy. Now Trump has seen that this is anything but easy, and he's walked back many of the demands that he has made during the past 3 weeks. I mean, he talked about unconditional surrender. He talked about regime change. All of that is gone, and I think he wants to get out. Why does he want to get out? Well, because he doesn't want the entire world economy to go down the sinkhole. He, after all, is not the president of Israel. He's the president of the United States. And as the president of the United States, he does have a vested interest in global economic stability. So I think he wants to make sure that that somehow he's not the man responsible for the worst economic crisis since the 1930s.
Okay. All right. Danya, weigh in on it here for us. What do you make of the two opinions that you've heard, and where do you fall on this one?
Well, I think, I would agree with both of them that Trump is certainly looking for a deal. But also, I think I would look at this with cautious optimism, because Trump has, in the past, showed that he's willing to negotiate. He's in a negotiation, and then he comes out and does something the exact opposite of that, like such as striking or doing other activities that has caused, I think, more conflict. More than that, I think that from Trump's perspective, war is deception. And that's why you see his goalpost moving the way in which he's been communicating every hour a different perspective, a different point. And I think in that regard, I wouldn't be 100% sure about what exactly he's doing. I do think he said that the tax on the power plants would be moved by 5 days, in which within 5 days the markets will close again. And as we saw, oil prices fell. So it could be a strategy of buying more time. And so I think it's still unclear.
Who needs this ceasefire more, Arash? Is it more beneficial to the US to wrap this up now, or more beneficial to Iran?
It's not how it works. Both sides really want it. The stakes are very different from both sides. We're talking about the world's foremost superpower.
Well, because President Trump said he wasn't interested in a negotiated ceasefire. So why, and that was as late as last Friday, so why does he want one now?
It's just how you talk. It's bluster. Of course he's interested in a ceasefire. Anybody who, I live in New York, every day, every 1 hour, someone is complaining about the price of the petrol here. It immediately has an effect on everything. Has anyone tried to book holidays right now? The price of airlines is already much more than it was before. So of course he cares. It's not true that he doesn't care. And it's clear that the Iranian regime is no pushover. It didn't submit to him the way some had thought. It didn't got toppled in a revolution like many had thought. So of course he cares. But of course he's also not going to say that. That's his style. And now he says, we want a deal and they want a deal, right? And that's what he said today. He also said, me and the Ayatollah are going to share the Strait of Hormuz together. That's, you know what that is? That is effectively saying, I want to work with Iran. So it's the president. He will say different things, in different hours to different people. But the broader picture is clear.
George, he may say that he will share the Strait of Hormuz with the Supreme Leader, but does Iran want to share it with President Trump? Do you see this current leadership as a leadership that is more willing, lenient, able to work collectively with the United States? Are we in a Venezuela-style arrangement here?
Well, of course, that was President Trump's half-witted notion when he embarked on this venture that he's going to pull a Delcy Rodriguez on Iran. Somebody should have told him, Venezuela is Venezuela, Iran is Iran. You can't do a Delcy Rodriguez here. I don't think Iran has any interest in negotiating anything with the United States unless the United States is willing to make very substantial concessions, the very concessions the United States wasn't prepared to make in Oman last year and in Geneva this year. So Iran is now going to go for a much better deal than the one in Geneva that he was actually willing to accept. So it's now the United States would have to accept a worse deal that it had rejected in Geneva. So the Iran would, at a minimum, ask for sanctions relief. Iran would ask for the unfreezing of frozen assets. And most important, Iran would need pledges from the United States that it's not going to go and attack again in 5, 6, 8 months' time. That's going to be the most important point, because if Iran just simply says, okay, fine, let's call it a day and it's over, then, of course, Israel and the United States are going to come back and they're going to attack Iran again, and then Iran will be in a weaker position. So Iran now has to show that it's now in a strong position and that it's a really bad idea to come and attack us again, because if you do that, you are really going to suffer. You thought this was suffering, you're going to really suffer next time. So Iran has to present this some kind of a deterrent to the United States. Don't ever do this again. So Iran isn't going to go back to the status quo ante.
Dania, I'm going to bring you in here on this in just a moment, but I want to quickly fling it back to Arash just to get your reaction on one point there that George said. Is Iran now in a better position to negotiate a better deal for itself than it was before?
Yeah, I think it's undeniable that it's in a better position. It fought, it showed itself. It reminds me of Egypt after the Yom Kippur War. Egypt lost the Yom Kippur War in 1973 to the Israelis, but it fought. So it showed that it could stand up and fight. And the Islamic Republic has also shown that it can, hold itself, didn't collapse immediately, put up a fight. It's very much, if the war finishes today, it could very much claim some sort of victory. Although all its fundamentals are in disarray, so we would have tons of real problems if it stops now. But yeah, it's arguably in a better position. And let me say something. It's very fascinating. It's a psychological point. It might even agree to a deal very similar to the one before the war, but it will do it with more dignity now. It can say, look, we beat back two superpowers. We didn't collapse. We were able to survive. They killed their leader, but we were able to, remain in power. So even if the terms of the deal are not very different, they'll be able to do it. They'll be able to do it from a stronger position and have a better way selling it to their own base.
Dania, what do you think? Is Iran in a stronger negotiating position now? And I guess then, by extension, does that mean that the United States has done all of this just to lose more cards in the hand?
I don't know. It depends how you define a strong position. Iran's goal is to survive. I don't know if survival is really, a strong position. And Iran's strategy is to disrupt. They've disrupted, like I'm here in the Gulf, for example, they're able to disrupt travel and disrupt the Strait of Hormuz and disrupt like everyday life. Yes, they have successfully achieved that. But I will also say that the U.S. had a three-phase approach to this war and has achieved some of its military objectives. Now, politically speaking, there's a big question mark there. And especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, who's going to control the Strait of Hormuz? And Iran can disrupt the Strait of Hormuz very easily. Therefore, I think this is really the chokehold for the U.S. I personally think that Trump wants an end to this war. Certainly speaking, the economy is very important to him. Gas prices are high. There's a midterm election in the U.S. coming up. There are many reasons why the U.S. would want this war to end soon. But I am not convinced that it's necessarily true that this iteration of negotiation will be that point where a deal will be struck. I think Iran has asked for certain things like reparation and payment for the war, not even a ceasefire, a full stop to the war. And I think Trump, he's asking for the ballistic missiles to completely be removed, which I think is a big ask for Iran because it's the only thing that Iran can use to protect itself. So I'm not sure where they're going to come to with an agreement.
It's going to be interesting days ahead. Okay, I'm going to move us on to our second segment of the debate so we can have a look at whether or not this has been a successful campaign. Let's drill down on it a little bit because, as you were just mentioning there, all of you, I suppose, the Iranian leadership remains in place, for now at least. Energy instability is troubling the world, and diplomatic norms across the broader region have been thrown into chaos. Now, there have been a raft of justifications given for the war, but not all of them have been so easily fulfilled. For example, the country is still refusing to give up its civil nuclear ambitions and, Dania, as you were saying there, its ballistic ambitions as well. The US has been seemingly unable to achieve that Venezuela-style regime change. So, George, how successful, or otherwise, has the US war been? Because President Trump is saying he's ready to wrap it up now because we've pretty much achieved everything we needed to.
Well, it obviously hasn't been successful because he hasn't forced a surrender on the part of Iran. So even if you've degraded their military capability, first of all, you haven't destroyed their military capability. They're obviously still capable of launching missiles. They're capable of launching drones. But even if you were to call it a day now, if Trump were to call it a day now, Iran will say, well, we're in a great position because, whatever missiles you've lost, that can be restored. Drones, they can be restored. So all that can be done, but you haven't forced a surrender. And what the most important thing is that for Iran to have withstood everything that the United States had thrown at it, and of course it's withstood Israel, Israel, which was supposed to be the sort of the regional superpower, then its prestige around the world will be enormously enhanced. So it'll be a much worse position for Israel and the United States because now Iran will have prevailed, will have seen off the United States, and will be, a little like Ho Chi Minh was in the 1970s with enormous international reputation for having stood up to the might of the United States. So if you pick a fight, as the United States did, this was a war of choice, you tried to knock this government over, you have failed, then obviously you have failed. And so this is clearly a failure on the part of the United States. Not enough just to degrade their military capability. You can always get that. You haven't achieved any of your political objectives.
Dania, do you think the United States has failed?
I still think that the United States have met their military objectives. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, indeed.
Okay, I was saying my internet's unstable. That the U.S. has met its military objectives in terms of even a superiority through the air fighting. But the thing is, of course, politically speaking, regime change in Iran is a complicated process and idea, probably requires a lot of boots on the ground, many years of war. And if that was the objective, of course, it has not been achieved. But I also would like to make a point that I wouldn't take every word Trump says, such as surrender, as, you know, as exactly what his war objectives are. As I said in the beginning, I think Trump's strategy is war through deception, not really explicitly saying what he's doing every step of the way. And that's what makes this war particularly tricky.
Arash, what do you think? Is this war through deception? Has the US achieved? Has it been successful?
You know, it really depends how we see success, and also, you know, we need to wait to the end. It's clear that it hasn't quite gone as President Trump had planned, or as sort of the best of his scenarios. The judgment can be to them. Look, the United States has degraded significantly Iran's abilities. So when I said Iran is in a better position from before, I kind of clarified what I mean by that. Iran, if the war ends today, would be in a terrible shape. It would be militarily much weaker. It would remain in power, as Dr. Al-Safar said. It's about it's about survival. It would be much weaker militarily. It would have a lot of problems running its affairs domestically. By the way, I mean, it would be a country in economic crisis in many ways, but it would also be a country that has survived the war. So, long story short, I think militarily the U.S. has achieved quite a bit of its objectives. The question is, can it translate this to a political settlement that Trump can say, okay, I got what I wanted out of the war. I want to also mention here that, you know, we're talking about Iran, Israel, and the U.S., but of course the countries of the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, the GCC countries, are a very important part of this equation. These are, they've shown that these are countries that take their own national interest and national security seriously. They're not sort of pushovers. They're seriously concerned about their long-term security, and I think they will be an important part of any settlement. And I think them being a good, important part of a settlement is good for themselves, it's good for Iranians, frankly, and is good for the U.S. And I think in many ways the GCC countries will emerge, because there's a lot of things going out there right now that, it shows they contrast the U.S. or, they're sort of hapless. I think that's far from the case. I think GCC will show, GCC countries will show that there are important middle powers whose interest is not about Iran, is not about Israel, is not about the U.S., is about themselves. And they're independent, important middle powers, and they'll stand up for themselves, and they'll show that they have a way of, shaping regional arrangements.
I was going to get onto GCC factors in our third segment, but I like where you're going with that. So maybe we'll stick with it for now, and I'll ask that question to our other panelists, and then we'll get into it a little bit deeper. So, George, what do you think of what Arash has just said there? Has this maybe strengthened the position of GCC countries as middle powers in the region, rather than degrading them like Iran perhaps was trying to do?
No, I don't think so. I think that if we consider the GCC powers, President Trump early on in his administration made a visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. When he went there, he made a very important speech in Riyadh in which he said there'll be no more regime change wars. We're not going to start imposing our values, our system of government on you. And the Middle East, the new Middle East, will be known for AI, high-tech, computers, not for all the old stuff about wars and religious strife and tribal conflicts. This is the new Middle East. And of course, they were very happy with that. They thought this is fantastic. And they promised to invest, whatever, $4 or $5 trillion in the U.S. economy. And then, of course, they were expecting enormous amount of investment in these Gulf states. And that they would just go on getting rich. And that's what they're about, just getting rich. Now, what this war has shown is that you're not guaranteed to get rich and live in peace and, have all your fancy hotels and restaurants and whatever, as long as the United States and Israel are embarked on this war against Iran, and therefore it affects them. They are in the line of fire, and therefore they are forced to rethink their arrangements. They're going to have to rethink, here, just simply relying on the United States, that isn't going to get us anywhere, because the fact that we have bases on our territory makes us sitting ducks. All we want to do is make lots and lots of money, but instead of that, we're getting hit because we are in the line of fire. As long as the United States is going to go on waging this war against Iran, and that's what it seems like, that this is just going to go on for years and years because Israel isn't going to give up on this war against Iran, then they are going to be in the line of fire, and that therefore they need to decide what they want to do for their own security, because this way of doing things, having housing U.S. bases on their territory, that isn't providing them with any kind of security.
Can I intervene there?
Please.
And say something? It's a common talking points we hear. It's also a little, disturbing, frankly. But let me answer. First of all, it's very interesting that, people, like your guest, make fun of, they were going to have their rich lifestyles. What a big crime that these countries wanted to have economic prosperity, things that all of us here in this call and everybody else, we wake up every day wanting to have a good life every day. I'm sure that's how you want to also provide for your family and everybody else. So this idea that this is some, sort of a negative thing, that you want to move away from conflict, move away from years of civil wars. And in fact, that there are two countries in the region who often militate against this have been Iran and Israel. That's the fact. The Islamic Republic has not been interested in the prosperity of its own people. And Israel has, repeatedly attacked and not played by basic rules of international norms, including by occupying the Palestinian territories for as long as for as long as it has. It has also a government that includes many figures similar to the ideologues of the Iranian regime, frankly, and in that they're religious extremists. And so I think the quest of countries in the region to move away from that is an honorable one. It's one that that many of us, as I said, most of us, wherever we live, would want. With this idea that they're on the line of fire because of the U.S. bases. What would happen to them if they didn't have U.S. bases? What happened to the countries in the region that didn't have U.S. bases? What did Iran do there? What did Iran do in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq? In other countries in the region. What happened to Witkoff? What happened to Guyana when it was next to Venezuela? What happened to Ukraine when it was next to Russia? So the fact that countries are just safer when they don't have U.S. bases also doesn't make sense. Gulf countries are independent actors. They have shown that they're not beholden to the Western interests on the issue of Russia and others. They did not simply carry out whatever the U.S. wanted. They're not, lackeys of the U.S. of any sort. They're independent powers that they make, and they have differences amongst each other. And they're not anti-China or Russia, as I said. They have important relationship with them as well. But obviously, they've benefited from the mutually beneficial relationship with the United States. It goes back, all the days into when President Roosevelt hosted the Saudi king. On that famous meeting after the Second World War, and the idea that they'll give up this relationship because a bad actor like Iran has been able to play a disruptive role in the region, it doesn't make any sense. So I understand these are talking points that people say, but upon any serious consideration, it falls through. The idea that all the Gulf countries should now give up the U.S. bases, because of this war, doesn't understand serious scrutiny.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Well, the issue isn't any of that. The issue is that the United States and Israel have been waging a war against Iran. Really, it's for 47 years. And it is 47 years, because if we go back, just simply saying, oh, Iran is a bad actor, hey, who launched the Iraqi invasion against Iran? A horrific, devastating war that was sponsored, financed, instigated by the United States. There's no point in arguing.
Of course it wasn't. That's ludicrous. Of course
let me finish. I didn't interrupt you.
Of course it wasn't. U.S. and Israel gave arms to Iran during the war with Iraq.
This was a war that was launched by the United States, by the Carter administration. I mean, there's no point in even arguing about that. It's a matter of historical record. Iran lost an enormous number of lives as a result of that. The United States has imposed sanctions, decade after decade of sanctions. And of course, Israel has been waging this war against Iran all of these years. Syria, who started the war in Syria? It wasn't Iran. The war in Syria was started by the Obama administration when they decided that they were going to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. And they did it precisely because they wanted to direct Syria against Iran. They were against Syria because they saw Syria as a proxy for Iran. So you're just simply saying, oh, Iran is a bad actor. Well, who has been waging all these various wars, proxy wars, sanctions wars against Iran all of these years? My point about the Gulf states was, that's fine. They want to make money. I've got nothing against people making money. However, if as long as your great ally, the United States, is firmly in bed with Israel, and as long as they're waging this war against Iran, which looks like they're going to be doing it, then you are going to be in the line of fire. That's a matter of common sense. You are going to be in the line of fire. If you can all just go focus on making money, great. But that's not what the United States and Israel are doing. They want to destroy Iran.
Daniel, weigh in here on us. Weigh in on this for us. What's your position?
My position is I agree with Arash on the fact that the bases did serve as a deterrence for the Gulf states. Iran historically never attacked the Gulf states until the U.S. attacked Iran, which I don't agree with the U.S. attacking Iran because I don't think it serves U.S. interests. I don't think it serves the Gulf states' interests. Either way, to talk about the bases as if that's the only reason why Iran is attacking the Gulf states is completely not true. Iran's core strategy in this war is to internationalize the cost of this conflict, and it cannot do that without attacking the Gulf states' energy infrastructure and closing the Strait of Hormuz. That's Iran's core asymmetric strategy in this war, and therefore Iran would have attacked the Gulf states if there were bases, if they were not bases. And who knows what would have happened to the Gulf states if they were not bases there. And therefore, I think that argument is completely flawed. On top of that, it just seems like Iran's regional ambitions have been, of course, from the Iranian perspective, they have been countering U.S. bases and feeling that they have an aggressor, Israel. But at the same time, they have been fighting Israel and the U.S. through Arab lives. They've done that through Syria. They've done that in Iraq. They've done that everywhere. And now they're using the Gulf states as a pawn to fight Israel and the U.S.'s war against Iran.
A war that was launched unprovoked twice in recent months by the United States and Israel. What do you expect Iran to do? Iran has adhered to all of the international agreements, every single international agreement Iran has adhered to. Iran has attempted to negotiate outcomes. It's made concession after concession and has negotiated in good faith with the United States. Instead of that, in the middle of it, United States and Israel, deceived Iran. They showed that the negotiations were a ruse and then launched this attack.
The United States and Israel, not the Gulf states, not other countries in the Middle East. The United States and Israel. So Iran should fight head-to-head with the United States and Israel.
So why aren't they, George?
Yes,
why aren't they?
Of course it's fighting. That is exactly what it's doing, and it's fighting against both. But when you're fighting against the greatest power in the world, I mean, it's ridiculous to expect them to say, well, we're going to fight against the United States, and then we're going to defeat the United States. Ridiculous. Iran cannot defeat the United States. The United States is overwhelming. They're the greatest military power in the world. All Iran can do is make this war so painful for the United States that it's not going to do it again. It's not going to fight the war that you want it to fight. It's not going to
attacking the Gulf, right?
one-on-one, because it will lose to the United States.
Gulf, that's how Iran is doing that. So whether the bases are there or not, Iran would have done that.
I mean, one of the reasons is the issue of the military bases, which is obviously very irksome for Iran. But the other issue is, yeah, I agree, Iran is raising the cost to everyone of this war. It's an asymmetric war. Iran always said it was going to fight an asymmetric war, and Iran said, don't start this war, because if you do start this war, we will fight asymmetrically, and others are going to get hurt. So, yeah, that's the way Iran has fought this war, and that's the only way it can fight the war against the overwhelming might of the United States.
Okay, go ahead, Arash, and then I've got a final question to all of you, because we're almost running out of time. Go ahead.
I grew up in Iran. I don't let your guests besmirch the name of my country by mentioning our heroic war against Saddam Hussein invasion. My cousin was killed in that war. Every Iranian knows someone who was killed in that war, and I'm very proud of Iranian soldiers who were able to.
Which is exactly what I said.
Saddam Hussein outback. Let me don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. That, Saddam Hussein, which had backing of much of the world, and yes, he had backing, unfortunately, of some Gulf countries in that war. The Iranians were able to throw that invasion out. But I grew up in Iran. Every morning when we went to a school, every single morning before going to a school, we lined up shouting, "Death to America, death to Israel," from when I was 7 years old. This is how the Islamic Republic organizes itself. It still organizes rallies every year saying death to America, death to Israel. It has threatened to Israel with destruction all its life. It has, in its early years, it would refuse to call Saudi Arabia by name. It would consider Saudi Arabia a legitimate country. It was the land of Hijaz as far as they were concerned. It would use a racist language, calling them camel grazers and all that.
Can I ask, who did Iran attack? Can I just ask
do not interrupt me.
Has Iran attacked?
No,
let me ask you a question.
Just one moment. George, just let Arash finish. Arash, wrap up that statement, and then we'll throw it to George.
Don't interrupt me. I know defenders of the Iranian regime might feel like they can do that, but you can't do that everywhere you go. The reality is the Iranian people, the Iranian nation state, which is rooted in a thousands-year civilization, must return to a tradition of peace. That is a tradition that has been a tradition in history before the Islamic Republic hijacked this country in 1979. And put it on a war path with the Gulf countries, on a war path with Israel, on a war path with the United States, and trying to prop up this ludicrous ideology of Khomeinism that has brought nothing but misery for Iranians, and that has made us into bad men. And let me end with saying this.
Okay.
Inside the Islamic Republic today, even, there are many people who think exactly like I said. They want Iran to be, yes, a regional power, but in peace with Saudi Arabia, in peace with the United States, and with non-belligerence, at least, with Israel. And they will win. They will win, and I have no doubt that the future of Iran will be peaceful neighborliness with all of our countries in the region, and with the United States. And, your people like your guests will have to find other fantasy cases of revolutionary states for whom they don't pay the price to defend.
All right, George, a quick right of reply, and then I have a final question for all of you.
So everything that your guest has said, I have not disagreed with. Iran was attacked by Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was sponsored, financed, and throughout the 1980s, armed by the United States and most of the Western countries. Iran remarkably managed to withstand this attack. Now, Israel has been essentially waging this war against Iran. Now, I'm not a defender of the Iranian government. Why should I be? I don't live there. I don't defend it. If you want to change this government, if you don't like this government, then it's up to the Iranian people to change it. It's not up to Israel to change it. It's not up to the Gulf states to change it. And it certainly isn't up to the United States to change it. It's up to the Iranian people to decide what form of government they want to be under. But when Trump and Israel talk about, we're going to free you from the rule of the Ayatollahs, then they are taking upon themselves the right that actually inheres to the Iranian people. What kind of government are they going to live under?
OK, we're almost out of time, so let me throw this last question to all of you, because I want to go back to this idea of the efforts that the GCC countries put in to try and improve relations with Iran over the years, to stay neutral in the early days of this conflict, even to act as mediators, all to then find themselves be the target of missile and drone strikes. So, Dania, let me ask you, would calling time on this conflict now, if President Trump says, we've reached an agreement, we're going to call time, we're pulling out, does that leave the US's Gulf allies more exposed now?
That's a tricky question. It's a very interesting one. I think it depends on which Gulf state you ask. So, for example, if you would ask the UAE that, I think there's a lot of concern since the UAE received more missiles than Israel itself in this war. And, you know, it's also debatable about how was Iran's missile arsenal affected? To what degree and what kind of missiles are left over? Does that mean that the Gulf states are going to be the main recipient of arsenal from Iran? And does that mean that Iran will stop attacking the Gulf states once this war ends? And the question is, will Israel attempt to, like it has with other countries, attempt to mow the lawn in Iran, which may cause Iran to react again towards the Gulf states? So there are many pending questions about how this will end for the Gulf state. But I think a wounded, angry Iran, generally speaking, is not good for the Gulf states.
George, what do you think? Would calling time on this conflict now just leave the US's allies more exposed and potentially in more danger, and maybe a legitimate target, if that's your argument?
Well, if the United States just simply walks away, then obviously this would not be a good deal for Iran, because then Iran will have been weakened by losing its military capability and will not have accomplished anything. So Iran would not end the war. I mean, the United States can say, well, we're ending it and we're walking away. Iran will say, well, you can walk away. We're not walking away. We will continue because we want to make sure that you're not going to come back and do this again in 6 to 7 months' time. So therefore, yes, it would be worse for the Gulf states. If, however, the United States is negotiating, as Trump in this truth declared, that engaging in serious negotiations, and the United States is willing to make the kinds of concessions that Iran is looking for, as I mentioned, sanctions relief, unfreezing of assets, and some kind of a non-aggression agreement, then I think the situation for the Gulf states would be better. But simply walking away, no, I think that doesn't resolve any problems. And I think Iran would then have no incentive at all to end the war.
OK, Arash, round us out. How does this end for the Gulf states? Are they going to be left in a vulnerable position if President Trump negotiates a ceasefire and says, we're done?
I don't think they'll be in a vulnerable position at all. I think they'll, I think first of all, they'll be part of the solution. It's good for Iran, for these countries that have good relations with Trump, to be part of a solution, to be sort of co-signatories of the deal, as it were, to have an investment in it. Powerful countries like, Saudi Arabia, and other countries in the region, Qatar, all the GCC members, Turkey, Pakistan, as many of them that can have an investment in the deal means that they'll be invested in it. So it would not just be about U.S. and Iran, certainly not U.S., Iran, and Israel, but them, and they will all have an investment in the deal not breaking up. And I think, as I said, look, this is the reality. The Gulf countries, this is the region they live in. And for too long, the Islamic Republic has played this disruptive role that it has, that has hurt a lot of Arab countries, as I said, Syria, Iraq, and others, but it hasn't directly hit many GCC countries. Of course, Iran tried overthrowing the monarchy in Bahrain early in the 1980s, and it did some terror attacks in Kuwait. There were obviously some attacks in Saudi Arabia, but by and large, it hadn't really threatened the security of these countries. But they realized this is what living next to the Islamic Republic means. And this is what living in this region means, being caught between this conflict between U.S., Iran, and Israel that had been going on in a shadow way for many years, and now it has, in the last couple of years, they're open. So I think it's a more dangerous position that they were in a few years ago. But this is the region they live in, so they need to plan for the region they live in. And I think so far it's true. I'm not. This is just my analysis. It could have gone very differently. It could have been a lot of people packed up and left. People like to say, but this is not what happened. And I think people they showed, they care about their standard of living, they care about the kind of life they've built, they care about the advances that they've built, and they'll defend it, just like Europeans will defend their advances against Russia, and they take that seriously, and they have to live next to Russia as well. So I think this would be a moment for these countries to put their differences aside, come together, and plan for have a role and investment in a more friendly region. And I think it's one in which they will find shared interests with vast majority of Iranians, including many in the Iranian regime and other countries in the region.
It's going to be definitely a time of reshaping the region, that's for sure. We're out of time, so we will have to leave it there, but I appreciate all of your diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Senior Fellow at Global Policy. Dr. Danya Thafa, Political Scientist and Director of the Gulf International Forum, and Arash Azizi, Lecturer at Yale University and an author. We appreciate having all of you here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome back. Now, the US-Israeli war on Iran is now entering its third week, and after 17 days of fighting, there is still no clear end in sight. Well, with Israel signalling plans for at least several more weeks of fighting and global energy markets and regional security increasingly at risk, the question now is how might this war escalate, and what would it actually take to bring it to an end? Well, let's get the military perspective, and we can bring into the conversation Joseph Votel, who is a retired four-star general and commander of US Central Command, CENTCOM, who joins us from Minnesota. General Votel, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Good to be with you, Tom. Thanks.
As far as you understand it, where does this campaign stand right now? And are the US and Israel achieving their objectives?
Yeah, well, the campaign is proceeding, as we've seen in the opening days and in the subsequent 2+ weeks here. The U.S. and Israel have largely been focused on removing Iran's military capability to project power beyond their borders. And that's really been focused heavily on the missile capability and everything associated with that, to include command and control and launch sites and all the other things that are necessary to make that system go, as well as at their drone capabilities and the Navy and other things they do. And I think by anybody looking at there's been a measure of success in reducing those to a very, very significant level. That said, there's still capability left. We are continuing to see some missiles that are coming from Iran. We are certainly continuing to see drones that are coming from Iran. So what the campaign is doing now is continuing to keep that military pressure on, but I think trying to focus much more on removing those remnant capabilities that the Iranians have that they are continuing to use to attack countries in the Gulf and certainly attack U.S. and in Israeli interests in the region. So that's where I think we are right now with the military campaign continuing. No definitive time for finishing that, but certainly focused on trying to bring this to a conclusion.
I mean, there are some pundits out there and some military analysts we've spoken to who've suggested that they detect a bit of shifting of the goalposts. They seem to be saying that the goals have evolved somewhat since the first days of the war. Is that something you've detected?
Well, I think one of the challenges that we have had with this is articulating what the end states, the policy end states are that we're looking for. And from my perspective, after hearing a number of things, I think it's clear that the United States, our administration, wants kind of a defanged regime in place, one that is capable of doing what it needs to do within Iran, but not being a threat to the neighbor. No ability for them to, use military power beyond their borders, and certainly no nuclear weapons. And so I think those, if you look at those as kind of being the things that I surmise as being the objectives, then that's kind of where we're focused. Certainly the president has a very unique way of communicating, so there's a lot out there in the information space right now. So I still think we are largely focused around those three things.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that major U.S. military operation on Karg Island, which is Iran's main oil export terminal. And I was wondering, what was the military significance of that operation, General?
Well, I think the military significance of that is, is sending a very clear message to the Iranian regime that we understand how their system operates, and that we have the means to do the things that we need to. And so I think the targeting of that was very deliberate in terms of focusing on military-related targets on the island and not going after the oil infrastructure. So again, I think as we've seen with the whole buildup of our forces in the region over the last several months, is a lot of these military activities are designed to not only accomplish some military objectives, but also to very clearly message the regime, and in doing so, create more pressure on them.
And In terms of stopping the Iranian missile and drone attacks on GCC countries, I'm just wondering, from a military standpoint, I know you've touched on this already slightly, but what do you actually have to do? What needs to be done to stop these attacks? Well, first and foremost, we need to make sure that our partners stay engaged in this. And the Gulf countries, in my estimation, I think have been doing a pretty good job of protecting themselves and using the resources they have to do that. Some have gone through. There's no doubt about that, and that's going to happen in any situation. But I want to establish that. So we got to make sure they continue to get interceptors and the other things that they need to sustain their systems, and that they're continuing to maintain a high level of readiness. So first thing we got to do is protect ourselves. The second thing I think is we have to look, and I suspect we are doing that, is our whole targeting cycle has to take into consideration where these attacks are coming from, how they're being enabled, where they're being ordered from. And much like we do with terrorist networks, we have to deconstruct that network that is supporting those. That's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but it is hard, because, the preponderance of attacks are now coming from drones and much less from missiles. Drones are highly mobile. They're easy to conceal. They can be launched from a larger variety of locations, and so that makes them just that much more difficult to effectively target. But we've got to dial down into that from a military standpoint and do everything we can to defeat that threat where it exists. So I see those kind of things as kind of the main things we ought to be doing right now. And General Votel, do you think that perhaps at the outset there was perhaps a set of assumptions made by Washington and by the Israelis that Iran would capitulate more quickly? Do you think perhaps, therefore, those, if they existed, that those assumptions were slightly misjudged? Well, I'm not privy to any of the assumptions that our administration made, or that certainly that they made with the Israelis. I do believe that we expected to see a more dramatic effect from the initial set of strikes that largely decapitated the leadership in Iran, and that would cause chaos and would put a lot of pressure on them and try to bring them back to some place where they would negotiate in better faith, or more publicly declare their intentions to stop pursuing nuclear weapons or being a threat across the region. And of course, that has not happened. I do think one of the things that's important for people to recognize in my country and certainly in others here is that for the Iranian regime, this is existential. And so we should expect that they are going to react in such a way, in a way that they are going to have, do everything they can to resist to this. So whether we misjudge that or not, I'm not really in a position to make a determination of that. But I would just say we are where we are here, and the remnants of the regime in the form that it is right now is continuing to fight back. Okay, now a lot of attention on the Strait of Hormuz the last few days. President Trump calling on allies to help to secure that essential waterway. What would a viable military plan to take back control of that strait, what would it look like? Well, it would certainly include Navy ships, maritime vessels that would actually escort tankers in and out of the Straits of Hormuz so they can get to their location. So that's kind of what most people think of. But in addition to that, against a threat like we've been talking about here, where they can launch missiles, where they can do other things, we have to make sure that things like air superiority are in place. We need to make sure that there's surveillance in place. We need to make sure that there's fire support capabilities that can suppress threats as they're identified along the shore. And then, of course, we have to have things to ensure that the waterway through which these vessels are going to move are safe. So we have to have minesweepers or unmanned surface vessels that can get out and confirm that the areas to which these
ships will be transiting, ours as well as these tankers can be safe and can accomplish that. So there's a lot that's involved in an operation like this, and I think switching from what we've been doing now, targeting to going to that, I think is a pretty big shift, because in many ways some of the resources we're using now are the ones that will be used for that. So it's a comprehensive operation. It's not one that we just can turn on very, very quickly. It takes time to plan. It takes time to coordinate. We have to work with the carriers and with our partners as they provide some resources to pull all this together.
And just listening to what President Trump's been saying during the course of the weekend, I mean, suggesting that NATO allies, European powers really need to get involved and support the United States. And they don't seem to want to do that. They seem to be saying, actually, this isn't NATO's war. This isn't an Article 5 issue, because, in fact, it was the United States that attacked Iran and not the other way around. Is that assessment correct, do you think?
Well, I'm not going to get into the politics of what the president is doing here. I would just say this from my own experience, that building coalitions, especially military coalitions, is a deliberate process. And it starts with involving people from the very beginning and making sure that their voices are heard, they have input into the plans, they have bought into what we're doing, they agree with the objectives. And when you do that, then you have a much greater opportunity to create an effective coalition of military partners that can work together and are focused on the same objectives. We're not at that point right now, obviously, and so many of the things that are fundamental to building coalitions have not been in place, and so we're having to recreate all that at this time. So I'm not surprised by some of the reactions that we've seen here, but building a coalition, again, like most things, it takes effort. And we shouldn't take people for granted that they're just going to come into things. They have their own national interests and other things that they're looking after, and so all of those things will come back to have to come back and be addressed. Clearly, this is it is a little difficult, I think, to draw a direct connection to NATO. Certainly, a number of the Western countries that are parts of NATO have interest in this area and are dependent upon the resources that come out of here, as are a number of Asian countries as well. So it's a kind of a non-standard coalition, which I guess even highlights the greater importance of pre-planning and coordination before we can effectively do something.
I want to ask you about Iran's nuclear material. We don't know exactly what they have. We don't know where it is. I don't know what your thoughts are as to what their nuclear capabilities are in terms of what they managed to enrich when they still had a program before the US attacks. But what are the risks of that not being tracked down and secured?
Yeah. So my assessment, at least what I've read and have heard here, is that Iran has about 450 kilograms, give or take, of 60% highly enriched uranium. This is uranium that is very, very much on a path to being weaponized. It requires a little bit more work, but that can be done relatively quickly. So that, I think, is of some concern here. And I think, as many have pointed out here, at the conclusion of this, we don't want Iran to have that type of material. So what are we going to do about that? Most of that I think assess is buried under the debris from earlier strikes. I don't know that there's any credible evidence to suggest that's been moved. It could have been. We may not have seen everything that happened here, but I think our intelligence communities are paying very, very close attention to understand it. So then what do you do about this? People sometimes jump to the fact we could do a military operation. And could we do that? Yes, we could. We have forces that can deal with this. But like we've been talking with some of these other operations like the Straits of Hormuz or Karg Island or whatever it happens to be here, these are significant operations. Being able to project land power, even even a special operations team, well into Iran to go into these locations where they would have to assess, they would have to move through a lot of debris to get to this material. Again, this is hazardous material. You just don't grab it. It's got to be packaged. It's got to be prepared. And then we have to bring all of that back out. And that's not something that's going to be done in a single period of darkness. It's going to take time. It's going to take days, maybe longer than that. So we're going to have a force on the ground that is looking at that. They're going to have unique capabilities like explosive ordnance disposal. They may have to have some equipment to help them, tunnel through the debris to get to these kinds of materials. There'll have to be some kind of security force in place. There'll have to be air cover over the top of it to protect us. And then we'll have to be able to sustain it for a period of time. And then we've got to get it in and get it all back out. So what I'm painting for you, Tom, is a pretty big picture of what that might happen. Another alternative might be to rely on the international community at some point in the future, is use the International Atomic Energy Commission, organization who has responsibility for recovering and doing this, and perhaps they could go in with maybe at least the acquiescence of the Iranian government, perhaps with some military support from us or maybe another third party that would go in and recover that in a more permissive or semi-permissive environment that will allow that material to be moved someplace where it can be accounted for and safeguarded, and give the United States and the international community the confidence that the material has been removed from that area. So there's a variety of options here. It really depends on the situation, depends on how much risk you want to take, and how quickly we need that done.
Yeah, and General Votel, what you described there sounds a little bit like boots on the ground in a limited and highly specialized capacity. But that really is something that the Trump administration has sounded absolutely loath to do, to deploy troops on the ground. I mean, do you think that still stands? Do you think not having boots on the ground is still the preferred path here?
I think that it largely is. I mean, the administration has I think gone to some lengths here to not rule out things, but I think it's very, very clear that to understand the implications and the risks associated with deploying ground forces into a country like Iran. I mean, this is a nation, a country that is bigger than the state of Alaska. It's huge, and it has almost the same extremes in terms of terrain and operating environment that from the state I just cited here. So if you put forces on the ground, you have to be committed to taking care of them, to sustaining them, to supporting them through this. And so this becomes a significant commitment. So, shorter duration, more limited type of things, would certainly be easier to support than certainly the, large, more permanent ground force, that would be deployed there. So, yeah, I think people have an appreciation for that. I don't think the administration is keen to get into that because it does look like it's a much longer term operation in terms of that. Of course, there's a lot that can happen with that. So I think they are trying to avoid that as much as they can by trying to apply pressure through air and maritime means.
And just lastly, General Votel, we've heard from Israel saying they plan for at least 3 more weeks of operations. That's what one colonel in the Israeli army has been quoted as saying. From your experience, does that sound like a realistic time frame?
I think that it does. In terms of the time for this campaign, my recollection from my time in command when we looked at plans for this, there always was a very deliberate target list, a number of things that we were going after, and those were applied to a schedule that matched resources together and the objectives, the military objectives we were trying to accomplish. So the fact that this has taken weeks to do this, I'm not surprised by that. That would have been kind of what I would have thought about it. From my experience there.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us, General Joseph Votel. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Habib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. Like, I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like, when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, you know, and in my weight classes, even above, you know. And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them.
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, you know. We're not here to just compete. I just want everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, you know. You don't have choice, you know. When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, you know. That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
It's motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say.
And of course, we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And you love football. I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two teams is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.